Good evening and welcome. So it's Dyson Sphere time, and remember, no streams next week. So get your chance to get your Nilos fix. Is today and tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be taking a look at Tectonica, and I think honestly it's going to be a short stream, because what I want to do is I want to just test out the new stuff and then see what it's like, and I'm not going to start a new series. I'm not even going to start a new game. I'm just going to be logging in and trying the new things to see if it might be worth putting some effort into it. I was kind of intending to do a little bit more because I wanted to do a review video of, hey, this is new. But I don't have the time for that before going away for vacation or for education next week. So we're just gonna have a look together just to see if it's something, and then we'll do something else for the rest of the time. Maybe just swooping around rooftops and backstabbing people. So that might be the rest of the stream tomorrow. I think that's gonna be it. But today we have a Dyson Sphere, and I'm happy that we have a new project. Well, not a new project. We started it up last time, so it is on a quest for a 1 terawatt Dyson Sphere. I think it's gonna be a little bit tough, but it might work. And well, we'll see if it's possible, and we'll need a lot of save games, and then eventually I'll make it into one time-lapse video. Yeah. So that is the plan for our Dyson Sphere. Mr. Mephistopheles has graciously improved the Nilaus TV Dyson Sphere, so we're going to be looking at that as well. I just also saw Amon-san coming in with a TwitchCon 2022 Amsterdam icon. I was there as well, and just when I saw that, I was like, oh yeah, 2024. There's also TwitchCon there, and I just looked at the page, the hype page. It doesn't look like something for me. Both the promotional stuff and how it actually is. And I feel it's, I don't know, I feel it's a little bit disingenuous to this, because there's such a disconnect between what it looks like, what they make it look like, and what it actually looks like. So that's yeah. So what I mean is, if you look at the pictures, everything is just bright colors, well, or pastel colors, and everyone has colored hair basically. All the women have pink, purple, blue colored hair, and there is an extraordinary amount of women in these pictures. Absolutely extraordinary. I can tell you that's not the actual setup at TwitchCon. The percentage of women with colored hair is true. That is quite outside the norm, but it's not as they show here, where it's like on the pictures of participants, it's like 60-70% women. That's not exactly how it is. It's you could go to an electromagnetism electronics conference and see about the same spread of male female. Not that it matters too much, but I think it's a little bit disingenuous. And I find that I don't socialize much at those events, so I don't know. I don't think I'm going. Is anyone else going? Is anyone considering going? You know someone who's going? It's also like what is? I kind of feel like I maybe like in sort of that middle category. Like the big streamers are going there to meet and greet their fans. I'm just starting streaming goes there to be inspired about, oh my god, I got to sort of be in proximity of the celebrity streamers, and then the fans go there to meet and greet with their idols. But I'm kind of like, I'll just go there, probably maybe meet Barthak as I did last time, but not really. He would look great with purple hair. Thank you. uh, it's weird, right? So I'm kind of that middle category where I just end up strolling around because most people are 20 years younger than me and are either extreme introverts or extreme extroverts, and I don't work well with either of those groups. So the sort of I must have all the attention around me type of people, I don't do well with them. And just a room full of people who don't want to talk to other people, then I'm fine. I can stand there and be yet another person who don't want to talk to anyone else. But it doesn't really, yeah. That's hello Neem. Thank you for the 43 months. Much appreciated. I did that for TwitchCon Amsterdam. Yeah, strolling around. I also did that. I strolled around. I talked to a little bit of people. And the thing is, like, then you go to a merchant, a shop with some gear, Razer or Logitech or something, and you go like, "Hey, I'm a content creator," and they go like, "Yep, yep, just sign up on the website. Yep, oh, that's so awesome. Yeah, cool, cool. Sign up on the website." And like, you just look at it and go like, "Okay, yeah, put our logo all over your screen, and maybe you'll make a penny if people buy some expensive gear." Like, oh, fuck off, please. So it's not really. So, yeah, so it's not really. So, yeah. Anyway, I don't think it's particularly interesting. Sometimes I had some okay conversations. I remember last time, I had a good conversation with Mike Minton, who is the VP of money making. So basically the bad guy, but also the guy that kind of needs to be of ads and monetization or something like that. Really nice guy, but I mean, the devil can be a nice guy as well. But that he was basically like, we had this ongoing argument that we've been having for several years since I just came to my first event and heckled him at one of his talks. That he was basically like, you gotta have ads, otherwise you are it's just the way it is. You gotta pay the bills. And I'm like, but I have an outsized number of subs that should still pay the bills. Like, no, ads the only way to pay the bills, and it is in the grand scheme of things. It's ads, but they are losing so much money on most streamers. I think I might be one of those that, I don't know, I'm pretty sure that I must be one of those that make money because I don't have a lot of viewers, but I have a high monetization degree, or used to at least. So that's good for them, while the 10,000 streamers who don't sub is not good for their platform. So yeah. So that's and then I talked to some random old dude that was hanging out in in the partner lounge, and I kind of got the sense that he was wearing a Twitch t-shirt. So I figured he was working at the company. We just talked a little bit. I got the sense, oh, he was working at the company. Oh, okay, cool. So like, so what do you do? And he was like, I'm the president of Twitch. Like, oh, fuck me, I have no idea who you are. I was about to say Tom Clancy, but that's the writer. So I think Dan Clancy? Something? I don't know. Totally nondescript. Perfectly polite older gentleman who seemed a little bit out of place. Seemed like, I mean, my first intuition was like, oh, it's someone's dad. Or maybe even granddad. Who's just hanging out and got access here and kind of looks a little bit lost. Like, oh, he's the one who runs the company. No shit, no wonder the company seems lost. So, yep. TwitchCon keynote that year, 22, felt like introduction to a cult. I can't remember that one. I remember the one before. I can't remember what that was. But the first one I was at that was a really good one. Because at that one they announced that they changed the payouts from 45 days to 15 days, and that was people got happy about. Last one to the old CEO. Oh yeah, he was also out of touch. What's his name? I don't know. Yeah, imagine you're a CEO of $1 billion social media company, and you have 20,000 followers on Twitter. Like, are you kidding me? How how incredibly unsuccessful can you be at branding? Emmett Shear, yes, Emmett Shear. Like, what? I heard he was going to be CEO of something, and I was like, how could anyone make him CEO of anything? I was like, that is such a step up because he is not. I mean, maybe he was good at operations or something. I don't know, but he was certainly not. And the CEO should not be an operations guy. He should be sort of leading and trailblazing and setting the scene. But yeah, Twitch has not been gifted with great leadership talent. Sort of when they became big, they clearly outgrew. They were probably good when they started up Justin TV many years ago, but he never even had the fact that he ran a Twitch in his Twitter bio. Well, he did, but then he removed it. He did have it at some point, but towards the end, the last 3 months, 6 months or something, he didn't even have it. Like, oh yeah, like, oh yeah, that's a minor detail. I mean, you can. There's a little bit of respect for that, as in. I saw one where there was some actor who had like, oh, I've done this and this and this and this and this and all these things, and then Twitter bio, and then it was some porn star that just wrote like, you know who I am. Like, that's like, if you know it, right? That's and you should be at that point. Like, I don't think Mark Zuckerberg needs to say that he is CEO of Meta or whatever he is, right? So or Tim Apple. Anyway, there were some comments that I just casually strolled over. Let me just loop back. Mars, found you learning to play Factorials. Looking forward to learn more from you. Thank you and welcome. Good of you to join. Today it's Dyson Sphere when we get around to it. 1 terawatt Dyson Sphere seems like really low compared to real life power stations. Yeah, probably true. But they're also like not solid. And they're built out of crystals and a piece of electronic. They're not even at the highest quality solar sails we throw up there. And to take a Varo, I did not first I unlisted it, and now I have removed it, and I moved it to the new YouTube channel that I've created, and that will be announced at some point. But at least you got to see it before it disappeared. Hello, Tall Corner. Capital Sci-Fi Con. That for C-suite hiring, experience matters more than successful. I think that's true. I think there's, like, I'm thinking about this in the context of Formula One. I don't watch Formula One, but I watch Drive to Survive. So that's the extent of my F1 knowledge. And it just seems like, oh, we're missing, someone had an injury. Like, oh, let's look about among these. There must be thousands of race car drivers. And then it's still like, well, let's get Nico Hulkenberg, Jan Magnussen. And I think the experience just counts for so much more than raw talent, because there must be, you know that getting Nico Hulkenberg or Daniel Ricciardo is not going to win you any championships. I mean, maybe, I don't know. But no, they're not. And neither is Jan Magnussen. They're not going to win you championships. But if you could find like that new diamond in the rough who would die to get a seat in an F1 car, they might just be the one who makes it. And it seems like the same. I don't get why, but maybe I could sort of deduce it, but it just seemed weird that the small teams don't take chances with drivers. Like, you could get some really good one, and then you can have them for a few years, and then when the contract runs out, then they can sort of move on to the next. Yeah. But for CEOs, I think that's failed upwards. Yeah. I mean, someone like Emmett Shear, for example, he has just stumbled into that job. It's not like he has made career moves and gradually worked to something. It was just like the company grew around him and got big and then got acquired, and yeah. So, feeling for Carlos Sainz for someone at the last was pretty good for his first F1. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And there was also someone last season. I saw just a comment like, oh yeah, season 2 of Drive to Survive, season 7 writes itself. Yeah, They get a huge payout if they finish higher up in the construction tables. More experienced drivers are safer. I think that's, yeah. I was also like, there must be something about like finishing the race is better than having someone who might be good but is likely to just crash the car. And there's also the part about how many extra cars they have and how many spare parts, how many engines and all that stuff. So you can't just have someone who wrecks a car every other race. So, and then you might just go like, oh shit, it's raining and it's Monaco. Yeah, let's throw a new driver at that. So, yeah. It takes a long time for me. Yeah, that's why we have found a system with six planets. I think the biggest problem with time is just getting into the game. So, your Lance Stroll and your dad just buys an F1 team. I know, that's true. And and not everyone has a dad who can buy an F1 team. Which is also like, oh man, it must suck to be like. I think most race car drivers are probably rather privileged, because it's such an expensive sport, and there are probably examples of someone who made it despite everything, but they must also have had some people who made it happen for them, because racing circuits are probably not near where you live, so someone's gonna have to drive you there, even if you, in your go-karting days and as a young kid, like I would say that since I have kids, for me, if they'd wanted to do racing, I would have been seriously thinking if it was worth it, because it is such an expensive and dangerous sport. Like isn't there something else that is less fucking expensive and less dangerous that you could do that would be equally fun? So you need better parents than me, than if you want to be a F1 driver. I'm pretty sure my son will never be an F1 driver. He'll forget the keys or something. Yeah. So I think that it's a little bit tricky. But anyway, I think that the same might be the case for big companies. Like, someone who knows how to run a company. It doesn't matter if you run it well. You just need to know that how you operate a big company, how you do the politics, and make sure that you sort of arbitrate between the different departments and sort of guide it. And you have to sort of, because the company runs itself, but you need someone to arbitrate and to be the face outwards. So having someone like, oh, that's an experience. Oh, he ran Twitch. Twitch is $1 billion company. He must be good. And Twitch has not, well, they have lost money pretty much all the time. But yeah. Do racing, not F1 though, but very expensive. And I don't think you can get that bus elsewhere. I know, not for you, but yeah, I'm sure you can get similar things, but that's why you do that and I don't. So, this one's 1.5 dangers that aren't probably disclosed. Oh, true. But there's the combination of like horses. They're also fucking expensive and incredibly dangerous, and that's also an upper class sport. Like, so sure, there are definitely examples, but those are not the norm. That's why we can sort of take them out of the lining. But there are more Lance Strolls than there are Lewis Hamiltons. But then again, I am way outside my like, you can also say that when there's a legacy, when there's someone's son, they go like, well, that's kind of make son or nephew or whatever there is. Like, suddenly they have the same last name. I go like, probably runs in the family. Probably not just genetics that make them good driver. There's also probably inspiration and someone who actually took them to the race course and could talk to them about it. Yeah. So anyway, my son's becoming a gamer, so there is that. But let's dive into the game, if you don't mind. Let's do that. What's the most expensive sport? Like, sort of not like extreme, like not a hypothetical sport. Like, what would be like crazy expensive? I don't know what, like racing, until you get on a team and then it's someone else's car you wreck. Boating? Yeah, golf. I don't get why golf is expensive. Like the clubs seem to be more expensive than it's just a piece of metal. Like it's not a. I can understand why a race car is expensive, but I can't understand why a golf club is expensive. Hockey. I mean, for all the hockey is mainly expensive in medical bills, so you'd probably not do that. What the Red Bull dude did with the parachute, yeah, but that's not a sport. Like even like ordinary sports that you could sort of your kids could come to you and say, "Hey, I want to start sailing." Sailing would be something that I would think would be crazy expensive. Yeah, soapbox race. Juice just fell out of the plane. Yeah, yeah. How is skydiving a sport? There's no competition. There is absolutely competition. Otherwise, my ex-wife, who is won silver in the Danish championship in some kind of jumping out of a plane. So, yeah. Soapbox race. I don't think that's expensive. The soapboxes are probably pretty cheap. Yeah, for expenses depends on if you're sponsored or not. Yeah, of course that's kind of how it is, but yeah. The opposite end, archery. Okay, and you have the full equipment of an Olympian participant. Yeah, or running. Running is also pretty damn cheap. You just need some shoes. Yeah, easy just to list. Yeah, but then let's like, what is the cheapest sport? Dart. Dart has got to be a cheap one. You're not gonna spend a lot of money on fitness membership for sure. Maybe for pints in the for pints in the pub. Yeah, but chess you need like you need a butt plug and you need it radio controlled. So I don't know. It's still something, right? So there's a little bit of equipment when it comes to chess. Go all out on the jerseys. Yeah. It's funny this to see Dart like it's or is it sport? Is it? I don't know. It is. Of course it is. There's a lot of accuracy and stuff, but yeah, yeah. I think it's because you're expecting a certain level of athleticism when it comes to sport. The same with curling. Like you don't look at a professional curling player and go like, that is a top athlete. You go like next to the dart player maybe, but that's only by comparison. The cute chess players aren't streaming at the moment. Oh, the cute chess players. I don't know. I can't. That's Hikaru. Hikaru is the cute chess player. I know that. Hikaru is Six Sisters. I think it's Hikaru. Hikaru is cute. Alright, well, let's find our way to somewhere. Children, thank you for the tier 3. 38 months. 38 months of tier 3. That's absolutely gorgeous. Oh, look at that. Correlated started getting really busy. That's our new system. This is where we will build our setup. And let's see. There. Here we go. Right, so we're gonna go to this area and figure out what we want to build. So the plan is we have a single star here that has 6 planets. That's why we chose it. It's also a high luminosity star, so it should be a good case. We have now built, we've claimed the planets, we've killed the hives, we have set up mining on everything. I've built a forge world on one of them, so that's like infrastructure sort of leveling up. Now we want to make like processors, quantum chips, and another planet that does solar sails and rockets, and then whatever else we think is needed for all of this. Oops, Swimmer, we're gonna go here. That is our smelting planet. So let's just land on it because that's only on YouTube episode and some of you might not have watched that. Most of you have not. Whee! Love this design. This is one blueprint that you just stamp down and then you just have happiness. Then just one blueprint and then pure happiness. Nice. Glorious. It is glorious. So that's one planet. It takes care of about 10,000 per second of various smelting products and ships it off. It is a little bit low. If the whole thing is running, then it can't keep up with power. But when, yeah.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Rascal, thank you for the 31 months. Plants are nice, but never survive the first count with the enemy. Yes, that I still prefer the Mike Tyson quote of everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. Looks like he's gonna be punched in the face like some senior citizen. He seems to be in really good form for a senior citizen, but I don't know. It's just like an old boxer versus an ex-YouTuber. Like, what? What? I don't know. I don't know. Why do we need a second Forge World? Because we need a lot of stuff, and we want to make something close by. So we don't want to transport everything all around the world. So how does this compare to Factorio? I have never seen this or Tectonica. I like this. What? But I like the concept of Factorio. You're gonna make me go buy more games. I can feel it. Oh, this one? I wouldn't recommend Tectonica until you are at a point when you have completely exhausted everything you want to do in Factorio and Dyson Sphere and Satisfactory. Those are tiers above Tectonica. Tectonica is a nice game, but it's also just it's yeah. Samagor, thank you for the 30 months. Time runs fast. It does. So I would definitely recommend that you check out Dyson Sphere. Dyson Sphere is absolutely fantastic game. Like so much. It is as revolutionary, in my opinion, as Factorio was when it came out, or when as it grew. Barthik. Let's get Barthik to do some work for us. Planet Maroon Frost. Thank you, Silver Cecil, for the 200 bits. I think that at some point we should stop science, but now it's just chugging along at around 30 science. I just can't get over this one called this star called Asshat. It's just like, seriously? That's a star? And I didn't name it. There. Alright. 29 seconds. Oh, if we want to trigger a train. So what is it we want to do? I think that we want to do like processors and... Oh, Epic! Thank you for the 23 months. Choo-choo! Much appreciated.
Welcome home.
That triggers a train, which should just be somewhere close to level 1, thanks to the tier 3 by Julian. That should be like close to a tier 1 sub hype train already. Yeah, close-ish. Alright, so we need to make this one. So quantum chips is something... Oh, crap. Deuterium fuel is something we are running out of. Oh, I need to fix that. And this one is solar cells and processors, and then those damn things. Which is... That's probably something we need to... So I think we need to build more titanium alloy. Yeah. And Julian, thank you for the 1200 bits. Completed. Can you please tell me how to unlock dark fog technologies like the new labs furnaces? Yes, I can. You need to kill enemies, and the level of the enemies means that they drop higher items. So already when they're level 3, you start getting some energy shards. When you get level 12, then when you have these dark fog matrix, then that will trigger in the science that you then have access to the first one of these. Like, I think it's this one. No. When basically looking at this, when you have the 2 items needed to build this, then this secret tech unlocks. When you have these 2 things, then that unlocks. And then where's the last one?
Illustrious champion returns.
Welcome home. Yeah, that one. That requires this yellow star thing. And here's the photon. No, that one. Negentropy. There. So once you have the two things, then you unlock whatever is there, right? Whatever tech here. So you need to level up the hives, kill, then get the tech and research. And you research it by basically having an inventory so that you don't research it away from the AI knowing it. Okay, so X Death Cutter, thank you for the Prime for 14 months. Much appreciated. Drahim. Hey, Chad. I may be late to the party, but did you already check out 64? I have never heard of 64, so I can definitely say that I haven't checked it out. I don't even know what it is. A game? A drug? I don't know. TJ Petri, thank you for the 88 months. And Isumiwa for the 26 months. Do you have a good blueprint for ray receivers on polar points for critical photons and gravity lenses? Yes, I do. Of course I do. I mean, of course. It's on the Dyson sphere, and then we have that one, critical photons. And you can see that it is including proliferation, and it is including all of the... Yeah, so that one. Yeah, so this one, green lenses, and there. And it's 60 critical photons on the South Pole. Oh, factory cookie clicker mix-up. Weird. Okay, never heard of it. So no. Your thoughts on the fact that Twitch put the reactions feature to rest? I think it's yet another half-baked Twitch suggestion or Twitch thing that they are copying from some other social media platform. I don't know who does it, but channel points came from Mixer, and then they're kind of derelict. And then reaction comes in, and I like the idea of reactions, but it was so poorly integrated. Like, I think that Twitch has this thing, they get an idea, and then they sort of implement it, and then they half-heartedly push it out. Like, we don't need a lot of features that kind of can already be done. Like, reaction to a stream, I mean, you have chat and you have emotes and you have these kind of things. Like, it's not really needed. Oh yeah, by the way, hype time is running out. Feel free to subscribe if you feel like it while I'm rambling away. 67 and 12 subs to next level if you want to get there. So I think that it's like, it could have been a success, but for me, I didn't notice it. And me as a streamer, someone was saying like, oh, you can react to a chat to a stream, and I'm like, okay, but I tried to look for actually, where do I see this? And then I could sort of, in a submenu to a submenu on my statistics page or analytics page, I could go like, there were 3 reactions to your videos, 2 kappas and 1 heart. And okay, the kappa was at 23 minutes and the heart was at 2 hours and 40 minutes. Like, what am I going to do with that information? Like, what is it? It doesn't do anything. It's like, what's the purpose? It serves no purpose for you. It serves no purpose for me. Like, another thing, for example, is that when you cancel a subscription, which I know that a lot of you have done recently, which is fine, is that then, there we go, see, hype train completed. Then you get this questionnaire of, why do you not want to continue your subscription? And then you can answer 6, 7 different options. I don't get that information. There's no way for me to find that information. So why is it there? Like, it's not like I get a statistic that says like, oh, over the last month, 1,000 people canceled a subscription because they don't like your haircut. Like, okay, well, maybe time to get a new haircut or something. Like, I don't get that information. So what's the point of implementing a feature when it's so half-baked? Yeah, you were the first to subscribe, Epic. Yep, it's a wonderful new world. And that's, so reactions, yeah, yet another completely irrelevant, half-baked idea that was poorly implemented, never integrated, and of course it's not going to be a success then. If even bigger streamers like you don't see much feedback from reactions, then I guess it makes no sense in it. Yeah, thank you for that compliment. I don't think that's, well, I don't know. I have a little bit of a problem with sort of how I would denote myself in terms of sort of big streamer, small streamer, because it's kind of at times I feel big, at times I feel small. Like right now, I would definitely object to that. But if you asked me in December, like, yeah, I'm top of the world. Let's see. What is this planet? This is Spartak, right? Spartak planet. Yes. Does Spartak list a name for us? No. Yes, there's a name or a color. Problem is the color. I don't know. So when there's not enough digits, does that mean it's the last two? RGBAA. Yeah, it's probably. We'll say that he wanted the blue color, right? Yeah. Blue color. Completely impossible to see anything here. Or maybe it's 00. Well, it didn't make it any better. Yeah. Pick no handcrafting. Not much handcrafting going on in Dyson Sphere these days. Right, so do we remember? Okay, the overall objective is to build the Dyson Sphere, which obviously would be the good idea to build it fast so it can start working. And I was considering that, but I think I don't want to do that. The reason why I don't want to do that is because that will limit the potential for me to later on make a video out of it. Because I'd like to sort of be in a state where I have all the infrastructure built and then enable it and just see it go absolutely crazy from all six planets at once. And I can't do that if I start sort of launching one at a time. So we're going to have to build some infrastructure first, which will also be part of the story. And then we launch it and then we just sit quietly for 10 hours and just looking at it. Something like that. A big niche streamer, yeah. I don't know. It doesn't matter. You will always compare yourself to someone else and someone more successful. But when Dyson Sphere was coming out, it was really in the higher echelons of where you can expect to be in this area. Oh, the ice lake looks gorgeous. Well, it's now protected. Didn't remember that look. My last video. Yeah, this is a new one. This is a maroon frost. So it's not an ice planet. It's a maroon frost planet. Maroon frost? Yes, maroon frost. So it's a different one. They added a ton of different planets. Now, the moment of truth. I don't know. We are going to make a... So this is the end game. We have processors. Sweet. So let's build that. How much space does it take? It takes exactly what we need. I have a sneaking suspicion this is not going to work out. I think I have to go away from my usual, and I actually have to get this into being a PLS. Sadness. So, that one consists of iron, copper, and silicon. And then max, there. Well, that's actually irrelevant because you'll never have anything on planet. You'll always get stuff off planet. Okay. And then, luckily someone has been good and actually denoted what's on this block here. And then that's iron out here. And then you're returning. Yeah. Oh, and the last one will be warpers, I guess. Kind of feels bad to do warpers like this. If you play this game long enough, do you learn what the great filter is? No. I don't know. 1300 hours and 1300 hours just exactly. Well, and 0.4. And I don't know what the great filter is. So I think I can safely say no. This one has to be not requested. Hold on. We want to make sure that the processes we make only go into quantum chips and ninja stars. Is the blue like some kind of floor or something? Yeah, that's just concrete foundation. Concrete everything. Do we like this? Everything is completely updated. And by the way, we need to request this. What do we think? So if I provide it locally, 37. I don't like. You paint the world into this flat color. Yeah, I don't. So there's that. Okay, let's keep this. What are we gonna do as saving it? This is processor. Hyperspace. 37.5, and then it's ILS, which I don't like. Processor, and then we down here we make an ILS because otherwise and that one. Okay, so let's build some of these and then say I'm going to build enough to feed the next thing I want to build is quantum chips. Let's make quantum chips. So we build this and then we find out that this is 37.5 times 3. That is, I don't know. And then we can make quantum chips in accordance with that. We actually should be figuring out the number of rockets we want. So the rockets, so whatever number of rockets we want, like I think it's each one of these builds is, that one is 3.75. That's an awful number. Huh. 3.75? I have 6 and they create 6, so that's 1 per second times 3, that's 3 per second times 1.25, that's 3.75. Okay, so that's correct. So for every 3.75, that's 3, then it's times 2, then it's 6. So I need 6 quantum chips for every build. And then how much is in my quantum chip build? 5. So it's kind of, we can kind of say that one of these correspond to one of these. And quantum chips, how many processes does it take for each quantum chip? 2, right? Yes, 2. All right, so this will definitely be enough for whatever we want. Then I think the below here will be made into... Oh, they're not activated. Oh yes, there's a new Dyson sphere already. I'm going to be only providing it locally, methinks. Good. Love that. It just comes in. Still, also instant. Nice. Oh, and then there's something else we don't have. Oh, that's already here. Got it. Great. So let's make some more location down here. So this will now be made into quantum chips. And each quantum chip build, I think each quantum chip build is producing 5. That means 4 without proliferation. That means it consumes 8. This up here is a little more than that. And this is, I don't know, what was it? 7.5 times 3. 14. So I can make 14 quantum chip builds before I strain this on. Okay, that's a little bit overbuilt then. I don't think we're gonna make 14 quantum chip build. Or maybe we are. Beautiful. Beautiful train. Oh, did we run out? Kind of. Oh, no, we did not run out. Just didn't want to build anymore. Right. Is there ever the possibility to realistically run out of space to build in DSP? No. There are so many planets. Your PC will break way before. So now the question is, what else would we want? Like, do we continue on working on this because it's getting a little bit expensive? How much is the next one? Oh, I can't see. 112. Okay, so it doesn't scale up that fast, but drive engine for me to run faster. 24. That's kind of cheap. Extra drone speed. That's nice. Don't need any power. This one's also nice. Don't need any mecha. Mecha is also just dealing a little bit more damage. Mecha durability might come in handy. It's super cheap, so let's do that. And then I kind of also, these ones are also cheap. Yeah, very cheap. And then I don't have any more. Yeah, queue is full. Cool. So I was just random clicking. How many hours into this playthrough? 140 hours. Which mechanical frame could be infinitely researchable? Mechanical frame, which one's that? Is that the health? This one? No? What's the mechanical frame? The speedy boy? Oh, right. For us to be speedy. Ah. Like that one. Yeah. Yeah. But I actually really like the fact that drones can become faster than us, because otherwise it's a little bit annoying when you run around and then you can't keep up. But yeah, I understand. So, quantum chips. This is also needs to be changed. Okay, so. Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna ILS everything and I hate it. Okay, so I just need to figure out. So it's titanium, organic crystal, graphite, graphene, ooh. And hydrogen? Oh, hydrogen is gonna be a problem in this sector. Like a very big problem, actually. Well, titanium, organic crystal, graphene. Maybe we have some. Do we have some fire ice in the system? Like mineable fires? I think we do. And then what was the last thing? Can't remember. Hydrogen, that was just what we just talked about. There we go. And then lastly, we'll put in a warper. That one goes up, that one goes up. It does feel a little bit stupid to fill this one up with 20,000 for each. But that one definitely. Why am I getting 25 FPS? Because I have a pretty monstrous base. And it's producing 30 signs per second and having, I don't know, 8 Dyson spheres. Also put drones in. I don't need drones if everything is gotten offline. So, or from off-world. Ocean type ice. Well, that's a shitty ocean type. The regret is coming in now. Any of these have water? Ocean type none. Ocean type water. Mingsley. Processors are off-world. Oh, right, that's true, that's true. That's true. So, yep. But we are going to make some other things instead. We're going to make rockets instead. Because that doesn't need water, does it? That's a problem, that one. We need to find that. Yeah, one and fires on Mingsley. Yep, that's why I'm also going to be putting it there. So we'll just write Mingsley will be quantum chips. And Barthek will then be rockets. And then someone else will be... I don't know. We'll see. Quantum chips, deuterium fuel, and solar cells. Quantum chips, deuterium fuel, solar cells, of course. Yeah, and lastly. Actually, this one does not need it, right? None of these are local. Nanotubes. Titanium. Can't remember a damn thing. Okay, now I can remember it. And that. This one does have local, so 100 just to transport processes back and forth. No. It's like one of those things where these are precious, so I don't want that many. This is local, so I don't want that many. This is fine. This one is... yeah. Deuterium fuel is 4, so it's very high quantity, so I need all of it. Might as well just fill up all of it. On the other hand, it's very slow production. Like, so even though this is producing 3.75, that's 3 without proliferation, then it's 3 times 4, that's 12 per second. So it's not like a huge quantity, so no need to store all of that here. Alright, so that's good. Nope. 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 Mm-hmm. Should be easier. Warpers are fine. Couldn't you put the water pump on ice? I don't think so, but I don't know. Alright, so this one is unfortunately not clear. I would imagine that since this one is the closest, then that's the highest quantity item. There. And then there'll be quantum chips and you will be the returning one. Quantum chips and deuterium fuel are the ones that go in directly, yes. Then I have something that goes into ninja stars. Oh, I paused it. That's what? Ah, solar cells. Yes, yes, yes. Does that make sense? Goes in. And goes around. And comes into that one. Yes, and mark the solar cells. Nice. And this will be processors. Then this will be... oh, that's not correct. So this goes, this is the titanium, and the next one is carbon nanotube, which I'm pretty sure we also do not have enough of. Nope. Here. Alright, and nothing is returning. All of this is just making those flat squares, and then here. This one's also fine. Let's look at the quantities here. Yeah, way more nanotubes than the other ones, so that will have to be... That's why this one's up. I guess this is it. Let's fire it up. Good evening, Woody. There, 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 and there. That one, and that one. We need to fix this problem, and I need to fix it outside of this domain. This will be rockets 3.75 and then ILS. Rockets. Here we mark the good assembler. Nope. Mark the good assembler. There. And we mark the ILS, so we know that. There we go. So we now have a updated one with an ILS. Okay, so it looks like we have work to do. And that's not going to be in this system. It might very well be in a completely new system. Deuterium fuel. Like if I could find like a big star with two. There we are. That one. That's the one. Hydrogen deuterium. Hydrogen deuterium. Oh, that is juicy. Huh. That would be nice. I could also just fly over here and just take those two locations. Let's do that. Yeah, so I'll wait a little bit until they come in. And then in the meantime, I have something else that I always seem to forget. That is... What is Dark Fog Swarm? That is the enemy. Let's see here. And... And they are everywhere. Except around me. So they will be inhabiting all systems, but you can kill them. Both they are on the planets and on the in orbit, but you can kill them, and then it won't be a problem anymore. So let's build 2 more of these rockets here. That's not correct. Oh, everything could get built. Nice. I wish the fuel rods could be made from the previous one. Hydrogen rod becomes pointless, then deuterium rod does accept splendid for rocket. But then deuterium rod becomes the fog. Yeah, I understand that. But, you know, it also sucks to have like a cascading... Like, oh, you still have to do the hydrogen in order to make it into deuterium, in order to make it into dark fog, in order to make it into... That... Yeah, I think there are pros and cons. You could also like talk about like alternate recipes of saying, hey, why can't I, instead of using 4 deuterium fuel, why not use 1 dark matter fuel or 2 dark matter fuel, for example? That kind of thing. That would also be an argument. Oh, that one was not built. There you go. Getting that going. Right. So, this is done for that part. It's obviously not enough, but it's also a little bit more than we can reasonably expect to get here. We got that one. Then we're going to be flying out and tapping core something. It felt like it was not that far away. That one. Whee! And... Oh! That's interesting. What the hell is that? And 4 of these, well, 3 of them are the ones we already know, and then it's probably because we are running out of deuterium, so we need to figure out a solution to this. How far is it? I'm still 4 light years away. Oh, by the way, thank you to the patrons. Always thank the patrons when warping, at least longer distances. Thank you for supporting, and as a patron supporter, you get to access the save games, and if you're high enough tier, you also get your own star systems named after you. But that's for the exclusive few. Surprisingly difficult to land on the planet. We landed? Nope, we've not landed yet. There we go. North is there. Now it's decreasing. Good. You love our patrons, indeed. Without the patrons, oh, stupid drones. This thing just wouldn't work. This force build is actually quite handy for this. So as we're flying towards it, we can force build it. It's actually a nice detail that ghosts don't have shadows. Like you can see, no shadow. Boop, shadow. Someone please ask about blueprints on Giant. Yes. Then I'm gonna let the moderator answer that question. Come on. And it's so slow. But, you know, we get a lot of value out of it, so that's why it should be a little bit of an endeavor, something you gear up for, go to, and then build it. Without the patrons, you wouldn't be able to ruin your YouTube channel. True. That's kind of the wrong way of looking at it. I would rather say that you wouldn't be able to play Sekiro, for example. Or Darkest Dungeon, or anything like that. I would be having to play Bombs and Biters all the time. I mean, that's not true, but I would definitely be sort of... I don't know. Mainly for my YouTube, I wouldn't be releasing episodes 24 or 22, I think, today of Factorial Space Exploration that no one watches. But now it's like, I'm determined. I want to have, like, if it makes sense. It's the story we're telling, so even if no one's listening, we'll tell that story. And I know that there are some who enjoy it, but it doesn't have a mass market appeal. That's the part. Like, I'd rather have quality viewers than quantity viewers. Like, just think of it. Like, how many? Let's take the extreme example. Like a Master of the Path. That's $100 a month. That's a lot of money. Like, that is 100,000 views on YouTube, isn't it? It's a little bit more than that, right? Yeah, I think so. So, 16 makes sense. And do I have one of these? Where are my drones? There we go, 24. Now I do. And then that would sort of be like, okay, so I need to get 100,000 views, make extra content, not just make content, but make extra content to compensate for that. And that would be like I like that. I like that analogy actually, because what could I just whip up that gets 100,000 views? Not a lot of things. Like, it would have to be like, you won't believe, or oh my god, something something, right? Those are the ones that get views on YouTube. Or can you complete Factorio by only something something, right? We know the we know the drill. And so less of that kind of content on my channel, if any. Come on. Land. There we go. Is that a break timer? Okay. Right. I forgot my break, but I'll take my break when I hear my daughter come home in about 10 minutes or something. I'm really enjoying Sekiro, except when you spin the camera during long dialogue. Oh, really? Is that confusing? Or distracting? All right, I'll not do that. See, this is the kind of leverage you have as a long-time supporter. No spinning. Makes really nauseous. Nice. Nice, not nice. So vessels can pick up product from gas giants outside of the solar system. Of course. They get 2 warpers and then they just go out and pick up stuff. But you can specify if they shouldn't go that far just for something as trivial as hydrogen, but I want it. You play this game much? I do. 1,300 hours, just crossed that today. A lot. It is probably my second most played game. It is actually, I mean, that I streamed. I probably played World of Warcraft more, but never streamed it. I never will. I mean, never say never, but don't think so. YouTube Shorts is not new. YouTube Shorts has been pushed for a long time. It's not as good as it used to be. Now it's kind of stabilized, and sure it is, but again, like, what I don't like about YouTube Shorts is that if I release a video, then people expect it to be like, ooh, I can sit down for my lunch break, watch a half-an-hour video on Factorio, Dyson Sphere, or something, right? But then it's like 30 minutes of random crap, and then I feel that I will anchor more of my audience who just sat down for a lunch, and then I will get new people by getting some kind of clickbait. I'm just really not into that idea. I liked doing shorts when I did it for like, I had like a challenge. Can you do a 1 minute boss guide? Like, I thought that was a super cool idea. Like, sometimes you're looking for a boss guide to some boss in Souls game, and they're like, 15 minutes. Like, come on, I just need to know how to avoid that jump slash thing. And then if there's a 1 minute, you're just really compacting it into what is the essential part of this boss fight. And I thought that was a really cool challenge, and it was just, of course, not something that belonged to my channel, but it was really fun to make. And because I kind of had to play each boss like a ton of times to sort of really drill down what is the essential, what are the things, and have good examples of me dodging that swipe attack and countering or something like that. I've done really fun. But you know, didn't work. Got all of it. Cool. New today, thank you for the 26 months. So you're not going to can you complete DSP by handcrafting only? No. How much do you have in Satisfactory? I don't know, because it's an Epic, and Epic is weird, and a lot of it is on an early access version, and you know, it's hard to keep track of. So I don't know. Okay, let's go back and then make a deuterium also in our old system, or a new old system. So where would that be? Let's see if there's anything else. Why is oh, there it is. I mean, these are just things. This one though, sulfuric acid. Who was always the sulfuric acid person? Tegavaro, sulfuric acid. All right, cool. This is where we'll make titanium fuel, and yeah. Got any tips for DSP newbie? Yeah, I think the essential tip would then be automate your buildings. Like, make sure that all the buildings you need are automated. And it comes early, but you're gonna need so many thousands of buildings. And in the beginning, it's fine just to handcraft, but it is worth spending the time on automating it, so that you can just grab some stuff. It gets really tedious handcrafting. Trust me, my audience knows. But I have more than 1,000 hours in Satisfactory as well. But I don't know if it's... I think it's... I would guess it's less than 1,300, but definitely more than 1,000. Oh. Oh, okay, I thought this couldn't be empty. Okay, so let's find a place that isn't crowded. Oh, here. This is not crowded. Yeah, don't warp through fog. Oh. Okay, so now deuterium fuel is a thing. So we need the one we need the most is deuterium fuel. Yes. But getting that, we can't really do it. Do you pull enough acid to double this production line? Well, I'm just gonna set up more acid production on this location because we have it. So let's get some acid miners. There. Oh, I already had 49. That's something. And do we have a color for this planet? We probably do. I'm gonna imagine that we also need this inbound. And let's have a look on the color diagram. Oh yes, there is a color. Woohoo! Nice. So we need deuterium fuel and titanium on this planet. That seems good. It seems like good things to have to combine. And I'll make the deuterium fuel first. Always find your Factorio videos helpful. I know my comment late. Thank you. Appreciate it. My DSP hour finally passed 90 hours, which is good because stupid NMS was there. What? Trying to find the purpose of NMS? No Man's Sky. Is that it? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You were just trying to find a purpose, but you couldn't. Okay. Well. Well, the purpose in Dyson Sphere is pretty simple. Consume more. The all-powerful AI needs more. More. I have a decent experience with Satisfactory, so having automated material storage certainly is a wise thing to do. Yeah, even more so than in Satisfactory. You can't automate the buildings. You can only automate the intermediate products. So if you actually have a lot of experience in Satisfactory, you might be inclined to not do the right thing that you have to do here, because you are used to just, all right, I just need 1500 copper or cables and some wire, more cables, wire, all that stuff, and then you just go out and build what you need. But that's not how it works here. So you need to just have a lot of junk in your stuff. Okay, so let's see if we have a good deuterium build. Nope, not here. That one maybe? Let's have a look. Oof, that's a small one. Well, let's take a look and see if we can improve it by improving it. What? Oh, it's too close to that one. Weird that I haven't heard my daughter yet. Where's she? There. At launch I found it bland and repetitive. Dyson Sphere? Or No Man's Sky? I hear it's supposedly getting better, but it's also like 5 years in the works, so, or more even. That one, and Warpers is the last one. Oh, insufficient. Oh no. There we go. We're not bringing stuff in yet. Right, so the first thing we need to do is just upgrade the whole damn thing. Maybe better now, but I have no intention trying it again. I know, I kind of have that experience with some games. Oh, look at that. That was from a time long ago. Huh, funny. I like the fact that when things are locked, you can still manually push it in. Wish Factorio did that. Okay, so let's see if I can figure out what goes where. The trim is the outer one, I think, because that's the one that is there are most belts for. And that makes sense that these two, this is then inbound, and then that will be the other two things. There. Now this row here is consuming 20 per 12 seconds. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nine, 10, 11, 12. So if we have 12 of these, oh, that's not good, that one. Good. So if we have 12 of these, then if they were crafting speed 1, they would consume 20 per second. This row would consume 20 per second. But they're crafting speed 3, so That's 20 times 3. That's 60, which is enough. So it consumes 60, which would mean the whole thing here would consume 120. 240. There's no way I can get 240 deuterium in with these. With warping in and out. No way. I think, honestly, 240. I think we'll just do this, and then it's just fitting into a smaller block. Okay, I'm gonna take my break and then check up and see if my daughter's home. I thought I heard something, so I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right, I'm back. That was surprisingly complicated. Which vision when you can over-engineer? Well, the new game looks exactly the same. Oh, okay. All blooms are available on this website. Who are you answering that? Because I was just thinking, like, who are you answering? Actually, not in real time because I haven't set up my YouTube, my Google Drive synchronization thingy. So it's not actually in real time anymore. It is in unreal time. Oof, that's gonna hurt to have this much here. And that will definitely be here. And yeah, sure. Let's just do that. Okay. So that I think is correct. We'll also request this locally, but not remotely. I don't like saving this on a blueprint then, because it's going to be weird. I'll change it when it changes, and then obviously it won't come here because that's the next problem. But this is now the blueprint we have. This will be deuteron fuel. And that will now be 20. And then I'll ILS it. that one. Good. More enough for me. Cool. Yeah, so all of this is... There are obviously some things that are a little bit outdated. And by a little bit, I mean pretty much outdated. But most of it is actually still current. And still workable. Like, old design still works. I've changed the ones that were called new to old because... Yeah, because... But the things that are called something with dark fog is probably something that's related to dark fog. And therefore new. And the stuff that has these icons, like the newer buildings, they are probably also new. That's a good indicator, I think. And... Okay, so this makes 20. Each one of these is 3 times 4, that's 12. So if I make 3 of these, then I have 12, 24, 36. That would correspond to just 2 of those. So, okay, so I need a fair bit of this. Let's make 6 of them. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna need... Actually, it's just coming in. It's very nice. Maybe I should just have this one to 200, so it'll be better at topping up. And then I need to set our planetary shield. Go! I think we might be running out of power. No, we're not. Can you not make the term for hydrogen? Yes, I can. With fractionators or with some other things. But I'd much rather just pick it up from a planet instead. If I can get away with that. It's so funny that escape is the paste tool. Nothing is not working. That's crazy. Nothing not working. And like once we get this going, then we're actually having a pretty damn decent supply rate here. Like, obviously this is now starving, but hopefully more is coming in. More is coming in, but only barely. Ah, that one. Because we need sulfuric acid as well. I'm so early on, my main struggle is figuring out what to do with the abundance of refined oil I have making hydrogen for red cubes. What? Oh, okay. You really shouldn't have that. Then, okay, here's the answer. No. X-ray cracking. There we go. That one. That's, for me, this is the first thing I get with when I get red signs is X-ray cracking, because then you can consume all the hydrogen. Oh, you consume the light oil plus some hydrogen to make more hydrogen. So it's basically going into exactly what you want. If the team likes Satisfactory, will go for a 1.0 out of a full release announcement. If the team likes Satisfactory... Oh, you mean like Gamera Games? If they'll do that? Yeah, I'm sure they will. I think that this is just me thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So don't listen too much to that. Is that once they add... They have not announced anything beyond combat. So, and they've said combat will be 2 releases. So my guess is that once combat level 2 is released, then that will be, now it's a finished product. That would be my guess. And it would also make sense. And then they can start working on DLCs, because of course it's gonna have more stuff, because it's such an amazing game. Like it's also a huge monetary success. I can't imagine anything except So, damn, it's good, man. I think that games like Dyson Sphere really spoil me in terms of expectations for indie games, because sometimes you see an indie game and I may be a little bit harsh towards the developers, and then people go like, no, but it's an indie game, and I was like, yeah, but so is Factorio, and so is Dyson Sphere. I wouldn't say Satisfactory is not really. It's a big team, and even when they started, it wasn't like just a couple of guys. But Dyson Sphere was started with 5 people. Oh, like one doing the music, one doing the graphics, one doing the programming, so that kind of thing. So yeah, and of course they've grown since then. I don't know how many there are, but there's a whole deck of cards of them. I find DSP way more fun to play than Factorio. Well, I think so too. Like the base game, yes, but there is a part that in Factorio you kind of you feel that there's an infinite depth to go, and I don't feel that there's the same infinite depth in Dyson Sphere. Like, as much as I enjoy it, when you get to the point where I am now, it's not like new challenges. It's the same kind of challenges. They're just kind of bigger scale and that kind of thing. But in Factorio, you maybe not even actually. So, because I think this is the analogous to the last 100 hours of my mega base in a book, because at that point it was like, all right, we stamped down some more green circuits. There we go. Oh, I'm running out of copper. Let's stamp down some more copper. So, played Shapes 2 recently. Oh, Shapes 2 is really looking good. Really like the belt control. It's so fluid, but it's insane. Yeah, but I think there's still... That's also like a different tier, because Shapes, at least Shapes 1, was one person. Shapes 2 is one person and someone helping, as I understand. While there's still a big difference from a single person job to 5 people to, let's say, Satisfactory, where it's 20 people. Like, that's tiers of difference. Factorio, I don't know, started like 10 people. I don't know if they're 20 now or something. Like, that would be my guess. So, you know, there's still tiers of indie games. Don't fill all acid pools. Nope. But I'm gonna fill the ones that are here because they're useless. Well, they're not useless, but they're already occupied. Let's find some titanium alloys. Oh, that's a okay, this one definitely needs optimization. So let's do that. First thing we're gonna optimize is there you go. It's 2 levels of optimization. Nice. Not many left. 98.7. Correct. But our miners are also really efficient now, so I think I'm good. That one can get us a lot. But you're right. That one, I'd like to fill that, but I'm not allowed to. But even these small ones can give us something. Cool. Okay, this one's also a little bit of a headache. First of all, how fast are the new ones? They are also speed 3. Okay. Let's just check. None of this is coming in because it's all local. So this is on a 12-second cycle, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7? 7? Why 7? Wouldn't 24 be better? I mean... Like 7 is 21. So 24 would definitely be better. But there was probably probably some concern about the speed of the belts. Like some of these are high throughput. Okay, so the hydrogen, we just need to scale it towards the sulfuric acid. So if we had 12, that would mean that they would consume 8 per second if they're speed 1. But I have 2 times that, so it consumes 16 per second. But it's also, now we're talking each row, and it's also speed 3, so it would be 16, that's 48. So it consumes 48. That means I have to have 4 belts outbound with this. Yes, exactly what I do. 4 belts outbound. Yep. That would be 48 times 4. That's kind of a lot. It's 200. That's okay. That's okay. I think that can be done. And then it'll all come in on the middle belt, and I'll have... We are not proliferating it? That doesn't seem right. We are proliferating it. Cool. So I am getting... Each row is incoming 48, so outbound 24, plus proliferation, that's 30 outbound on each belt. Cool. And that's... And this belt is a double belt, which is fine because I have the proliferate, the stack outsert us. Cool. Okay, okay. I think that it's all working. And that would give us a total of 120 of these things. 120, you don't say. Yeah. And then we cut off these. Oh no. No, 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 no. Huh. That is gonna be a little bit too much on one belt. Oops, not like this. Well, not by a little bit, I mean way too much on one belt. Yeah, I know, and that's why it's not gonna work, because they will need to be 4 stacked high, and they can't do that. So I think I just want to drag them back and put them in on the backside here. Why can't every time you need to have inserters filling up to the theoretical maximum, it's just not gonna work. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. So this is our build. There are many like it, but this one is ours. And we need to kill this. Okay, so those things, the titanium alloy, the titanium, the fuck if I can't remember, the steel, of course, and then that, and warpers there. That one will be full, the other ones will be half. Will they though? Yeah, they're coming from somewhere else in this system, and then that will be full. Providing both local and global. And this one is only local requests. So, it is time for us to find that puddle of sulfuric acid for Tekevaro, because that Tekevaro is always a puddle of acid, apparently. Do not take it personal. Apparently that's always the case here. I don't think that limits the amount we can put in, it just makes it easier.
Welcome home.
Welcome home! Sachichek, thank you for the 15 months. Hello, Mr. Dyson. Hope you're having a good time. I hope I am too. I think I am. Thank you for your 15 months. I'm having a better time with that subscription, so that's always nice. Even IRL. Oh, you're also a puddle of sulfuric acid. That doesn't sound great. And I know you can do some stuff and just fill it in afterwards and then make other rows. And I just, yeah, that's the kind of optimization I'm not really passionate about. And each of these are actually mining at a pretty decent speed now, so, and it doesn't run out. They should make a planet that has an oil ocean, like Victoria does, or will have. Yeah. We'll put these in. There. And let's have a look. Oh, that's just absurd how much too fast it is. It's still too fast. Backwards pile sorters, yes, that's a good idea. What an awful hack. Okay, so that has stabilized. I think it might not be as big of a problem. There. And I think that'll take care of the other one. Well, actually, then they might. They will get faster soon enough. So each of these is producing 210 per minute. Well, I can actually just see how much the production stats is here. Over 1 minute. 6,000 over 1 minute, so it's 110 per second. Good. Let's get somewhere else. That one. Not using the sorter stacker trick? Isn't that the sorter stacker trick I did? Got the zoomies there. Kauro, thank you for the 10 months.
Welcome home.
Ooh, by the way, it's kind of a completely irrelevant point, but something I have booked my summer vacation with the kids now. All right. So we are going on a cruise to the Mediterranean this summer. They've been wanting to go on a cruise again, and I was like, I don't know, it's expensive, and I couldn't come up with anything else, and they're like, all right, fuck it, we'll go on a cruise together. What cities? We're not getting off the ship, we're just staying on the ship. And yes, that might be absurd, but that's kind of how I want it. We're not paying this much money to go on a gigantic cruise ship just to be stuck in a bus for 3 hours each direction every day at $100 an hour per person. No, we're there to just enjoy that giant ship and all its amenities. Those are the amenities. It's Royal Caribbean, and we're sailing with Oasis of the Seas, which is one of their largest ships. So 362 meters in length. We went 5 years ago on the sister ship, which was Symphony of the Seas. So it's the same size ship, but it's slightly different, which I think is perfect for us. Yeah, and we'll, like last time, we did not get off the ship that week, because the thing is, like, there is, okay, so there's many things. This face and this complexion does not do well in the Mediterranean summer sun in August. Surprise, surprise. It doesn't work very well. So, and my kids are kind of the same pastry white color. So we don't do well outside in the sun for very long. Hence, if we're going to be out there and enjoying the nice weather, it has to be before noon and or sort of late evenings. And late evenings, they're so crowded because everyone's back on the ship. But before noon, everyone gets off the ship to go into whatever city there is. So actually last time it was almost empty most days, and that meant that we could actually go up to the top deck. There was nice, quiet, we could sit there and relax, and the kids could actually fit in the pool, and it wasn't like a queue to jump into a pool where you're just like stuck like sardines. And because of that, it was a completely different experience of just like, it did not feel crowded, and it did not lead into any fights about I left my towel there and therefore that's my seat and that kind of thing, because it was kind of irrelevant. We got there so early that and we when everyone else came home at like maybe 3-4 in the afternoon, we'd gotten quite enough sun, and we were like more looking at doing some indoor activities and stuff like that, and it worked out really well, that sort of setup. So we're gonna go for something along the same lines this time around. Yeah, so that's kind of how I want a cruise experience to be like. I remember sunscreen. Oh, absolutely. Guess that you don't get seasick. No, we don't. I wanted like the cheapest cabin because 2 reasons. Cheapest cabin. That's the main reason. But also the cheapest cabins are inside the ship. And when the ship wobbles and goes like that, right in the middle is actually the place where it wobbles the least. Not that it does a lot, but my daughter is a little bit sensitive about pretty much anything. So it would probably be good to have something that doesn't, the place that causes the least amount of disturbance in the force. So you also do not get into the included excursions you get. I wanted to include it, right? Nope, nothing is included. Like, there's literally nothing is included. Isn't this weird? No, it's not, because I did not do the outbounds. Ha! Funny. Never done a cruise, but I'm going to Legoland this month. Nice! In my neck of the woods. But I love the cruise, and I know that a lot of people hate cruises because there's a lot of things that it just like it symbolizes a lot of things, and like it is the ultimate tourist trap on sea, corona infested dump. Yeah, so, and all the environmental crap, and you know, there's a myriad of reasons, but it's a vacation. Let me just enjoy that. So let's see, everything, no yellow dots here, so that means everything is building and outputting. And then we have to see if the belt gets too full to actually be able to output. It still manages to output just fine. It's fine. It's good. Damn. Well done. I get very seasick, but found a ginger crab. A gel cap. Is a magic. Okay, I don't know what that is. A gel cap? Ah, US location containment. 3 days. Going to for 3 and 6 extravagant. Yeah, a bit wasteful. Honestly. Sadly. It looks like it's working. On the output, does it stack them up before outputting? If I think it actually does, because these ones are outputting 4 at a time. So when it sort of gets 4, it outputs 4. But if it produces 1, 1, 1, 1, then it'll be trying to output 1, 1, 1, 1. So if it outputs 4 by one go, then it should output 4 as one batch. Not sure it does, but I think it should. Alright, this is now formally approved, and this is providing what? Okay, so this is 96 of those. 96 divided by 12 times 4 times 1.25 times the craftsmanship 3, 120. Yeah, thought so, but you know, going to, okay. Put a monitor on. Yes, we should put a monitor on. Also for, you know, general monitoring issues, to give us a warning if it doesn't work. On that cycle, on this cycle, scan for that one. And if it is no cargo, then throw us one of these. Yep. Stack us in there? I don't think so. That's also my thought. But I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, I don't think so. Like the fact that the last one, which is outputting to a nearly full belt, doesn't seem to have problems to output, then to me that looks good. See, there are like some glips here and there. Is that not lack of input? We can also just look at production stats here. On a 1 minute cycle, it's not where it should be. It should be higher, but why is it not? So like, this is less than I feel it should be. Oh, I think I know why. Chalk it up to the list of things that are not working. Oh my god, we are. Another thing. Okay. That's the next thing we need to fix. But let's... Titanium... alloy 120, and then we'll ILS. Since all of our stuff today has been ILS stuff, then it becomes a little bit redundant to do it, but we still do. There. That's a really good build, by the way. Like, it takes up pretty much exactly how much space it should be, and then I can just make, I think with 2 more of these, then we're definitely gonna be fine there. Not enough power though. Yep, universal space shortage. Wrong symbol on the blueprint? Really? Oh yeah, it's true. That one. So, sprayers. They require well, I should also update my spreadsheet here. We are now on Tekevaro. There. We're also doing 360. No, titanium alloy 360. And Tron fuel. 20 times 6, that's 120. That's pretty good. Rockets, we don't know how many rockets. Quantum chips, okay. Yeah, why is it failing? Oh, shit. Damn. And then we need to redo the blueprint. Yep. Paste. There. That's good. And then everything is built. This one should not be red. Well, it is, because there's nothing coming in. So we need more of this? Okay, so how much is this taking? This is taking... It was 48 per row. Yeah, 48 per row times 4 rows times 3 builds. That's not... You need to be out here. Times 4 rows times 3 builds. I need 576 sulfuric acid per second times 60. That means 34,500 per minute. Yeah, we're not there yet. We are not there yet. Thank you for sending blueprints. Yeah, you're welcome. You know, I might not continue to always do that, but right now I am. It's always this balance of giving something because, hey, here you go. Hope you will support, and also the other side is, hey, it's great to have something that you get as a supporter of the channel. And honestly, blueprints are quite valuable, and I know that anyone can just take them and upload them to whatever site, and then everyone has access to them. Sure, but most people don't do it. It's really that balance of I like giving them away for free, but I also like having patrons. It's tricky. So, but for now, we'll continue the way we do. But I don't know. Maybe the distinction will be vectorial release. Maybe. I don't know. I have not. This is I haven't thought about it. I'm just spitballing right now. Just thinking, am I always going to continue to do this? I don't know. But you're welcome to weigh in on your perspectives on this. That's not connected. Okay, I guess. Well, that's, I mean, it's always a balance with these things, right? Like it's always this balance of like I want to primarily have people support because they want to support and not because they feel they have to support to get the full benefit out of it. On the other hand, you'd also want to give something to the people who actually choose to support. And it's just there's always, it's the same conundrum. So, not solved it yet. Does anything look too fast? What's our speed? We're at 13. It's a little more than a third of what we need. Now that you made it's a statement to remove it. Can you just elaborate on that? I think I know what you mean, but it's like I agree if I take all of my Dyson Sphere and suddenly put them behind a paywall, but when Factorio releases 1.0, then it's, or with the DLC, then that's a different thing, in my opinion. Maybe you don't agree, but for me, that's a new chapter. That's a new set of things. That's more reasonable to say, okay, well, that's different. But yes, if it's suddenly one day you can't get access to all the blueprints you had access to previously, sure. I may also do it something like I did for okay. For Satisfactory, where I'm saying that they are gated until a certain date and then everyone can get them at that date or something like that. That's also an option. Right now, by the way, nothing is being decided or anything. It's just ideas. And then I'm looking for sort of you weighing in with your perspective because it's valuable. If you would be like, no, I want to choose if I support you. I don't want to feel forced to do it. Or I want to support on Twitch. I don't want to also use Patreon or whatever. But the thing is, like, I do put a lot of effort into my masterclass blueprints, and these blueprints are also, they're also generally pretty high quality and pretty useful, high applicability. So, yeah. There's another one. I don't mind if you make the change. As far as I know, it's all been free until now. Yes, that's correct. Keep going. Thank you, DJ Tome. Appreciate it. I luckily also enjoy playing it. So that's a good synergy there. Now we're up to 20,000. And it'll get a little bit closer. We need to technically get up to 34,000. So we can tap a little bit more. Anything good down here? Or up here? North Pole is up. I don't want to take these because I might want to pave over that location. Actually, no. I'm not going to pave over this one. I think mounting on blueprints should be public. It's better to be public, but having regular playthrough blueprints as Patreon only is perfectly fine. Yeah. I mean, if I let me just try to qualify what I think you're saying, then you can correct me. That if I make content for YouTube that is specifically revolving around the blueprint as a product, then it seems unfair to go like, here's a YouTube video about this, but you can't have it. At least that's kind of the thought process that has been sort of going on in my mind about this. While if you just like, oh, playing the game, and then like, oh, if you can I get your blueprints? Like, yeah, you can, but okay, well, I'll do it as a privilege to the people who are supporting. Like, it's a different energy. By the way, someone's using too much power on this planet. PLZT, thank you. It was love watching you play TTP. Thank you, and I really appreciate that, because for me, or as it is now, this series it's not over or anything, but it's certainly, you could easily say that I've done everything I need to do in this series, and now it's time to move on. But I really like having it once a week and having Factorio once a week, because those are kind of some of my regular games. It unfortunately leaves less time for discovering new games, and obviously when a new game comes out, then I'll need to make some kind of compromise, and I'm probably not gonna have 3 games that I'm running on a weekly cycle. So I'll basically, since I'm pretty much streaming 4 days a week now, then it makes sense to, it could be something like 1 day Factorio, 1 day Dyson Sphere, 2 days something else, whatever is new and fancy, and then we'll just have to figure out together what that thing would be. That could be a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but yeah. There. Oh, these ones should actually... Ooh, I forgot that. Oh, that's already remembered. Ooh, insufficient. So where are we on at? Where are we now? 25,000, and we'll get more. How about complete blueprint free, but real-time blueprints as a patron perk? Yeah, something like that. Like whatever, complete and free. Like let's say, again, remember, nothing is set in stone. This is just, I'm just throwing ideas out and then see how you respond. The new DLC comes out. I'm of course going to start playing it a lot on YouTube and on Twitch, and I'm just going to be going along, and I'll be building up a blueprint book in that with some designs. Those designs will belong to the YouTube series, and therefore you get them if you get the save game. That's how it is. But then when the game is a little bit more mature, and we probably completed the game in the first run, then that's a good time to start making masterclasses. Here is a great way to build something that optimizes your that takes something and tries to increase the quality, and then takes whatever is low quality and recycles it and puts it back in, but then everything that is high quality gets pulled, stuff like that, which is a nice compact design that has circuits and detections and filters and all that stuff. And then that's a masterclass blueprint that goes like, there you go, now you have that, now you can use that in your game, in any of your game. But that the first one is not going to be as polished. That's just going to be like, yeah, sure, that works. So power's not okay. Yeah, you're right. Maybe power is affecting it, but we'll need to fix power anyway. The irony is, power would be easily fixed with a Dyson Sphere. Part built for free. Watch the video again to see how to complete it. No, I don't. I don't think that's a jerk way to split it now, but I think that it's, as Samagod was implying, is that if the purpose of my video is the product is the blueprint, then I should be providing that. If the purpose is the game, then blueprints are a tool, and you can get those if you want. I think that's I like that, and I can justify it, if that's a correct word to use. I can argue why that makes sense to me. And then it will be, of course, I need to make sure that it's kept up to date and all that stuff, like we do here for Dyson spheres, mostly. This blueprint, for example, is quite meticulously designed in order to sort of be so scalable as it is now and work for so many things. Like the replacement, this, you can just barely place this in here, but you can. And there's one that somehow didn't get what it wanted. Power's good. I'm not a Britain, so it's up to your YouTube channel. Thanks for all the good content, but I'm fine with whatever you do with your blueprints. Your blueprint which you spend time creating. Thank you. I appreciate that input as well. Yeah, so I've been... You can also say, like, there's an argument to say, like, hey, if I have a video, I'm just testing these arguments, by the way. I have a video that shows you how to build something, then you don't need the blueprint because you just already saw how to build it. Like, that's also an argument, which can be argument both one way and the other way. Okay, so now it's 27,000. I don't know if I need to get all the way up there, but I have 16 left, so let's work those last 16 in here. Then I can also just say the rest we'll get when we get more. The mining veins utilization is also increasing their speed, their mining speed. Yeah. 7 left. All right. We'll put some 7 more in here. This is the most iconic Dyson Sphere music or playlist song here. DSP is super easy to build. Just lay the first one and drag the rest. Yeah. Okay. Let's have a look what we're at right now. We're at 30,000. I'm gonna call that good enough because if we look at mining speed is 420 and that will jump up to 430. So that's not a 10% improvement, but you know, it will be a 10% improvement before long and then we'll be fine. Right. 94,000. That's expensive. That one we don't need anymore. I'm just trying to see what we like this one, or let's also like to get. Thank you. Energy shields. Kind of need it. Q is full. Cool. And the problem with the vein shoots is that the Throughput increases might be inconsistent because of the belting. Yes, but I've tried to leave a little bit of extra capacity on the belts. Yes. Having watched the YouTube series and most of the streams, it is amazing to actually build using your blueprint that I've watched develop. Made me appreciate it more and actually allowed me to play the game when I wouldn't have time otherwise. Awesome. That is really nice, because that's one of the things, like, I remember the first few times that I wanted to build a Dyson sphere builder. My god, that took forever to figure out how, where, what, why. But you build it once and then you're not really happy with it. So what I did was, like, I built it once and I'm going to be happy with it. And now I don't need to worry about that anymore. It's a solved problem. Like, and I know that some people go like, oh, no, using the blueprint, then you're cheating and you're not playing the game. Like, seriously, if the game is about building the same thing repetitive, then yes. But if the game is about solving logistical problems, then once you've solved it, there's no problem about copying, pasting that solution to more star systems. Yeah, I wish it was an advanced pump. Oh yes, absolutely. Wouldn't it be funny that you actually find out that this thing would work here and then go, oh, it works. Not work on oceans? No. Yeah. The dragging is... I think that blueprints are amazing and I love them. And the real strength of blueprints is designed not like these. These are back and forth. These ones can be done with the dragging, and that would be not much slower, and I wouldn't mind that. But the more advanced blueprints, those are the ones that really require blueprinting. So, I think that we can... This is not a surprise, isn't it? Because that is what happens when we start demanding a shit ton to say here. It's always... There's so many things. Ah. Okay, we got sulfuric acid. We got the titanium alloy. We got that. The biggest issue we have right now is actually here. So we need to figure out where the proliferation should be made and why it's not working, because I think it might just be not fast enough. You know what? You know what I think it might be? Let me try something. No. I thought if I only had, let's say we have the construction and there are 3 export locations or 2 export locations, ILSs, then each of those can only have 10 ILSs, and the requesters don't have anything. So with all my planets available, there was a chance that it would actually just, even though they were full, then all 20 vessels would be out and about. So there would be 40 requests, but only 20 of them were serviced, and the last 20, such as this one, would just be idling because, well, you never know. Proliferator. That is Samagot TSI Cologne. Oh, that is not a good scale. Samagot system. Ooh. TSI Cologne. There we go. Zoom, zoom. I feel that there must be another place that this is built. And there we go. Now back to patrons. Spray first? Yeah. Remember your break. Yeah, but I'm kind of... I took like balance. I'm gonna take a 11 o'clock break instead. You don't have interstellar logistics vessels in ILS? Yes, I do, but not in the requesters, in the hubs, because the hub I want... In the hub on each system, if I did have that, then when I picked up something, it would fly from here, go back, and then come in, which means that the lead time for us to get more stuff would be twice as long than it is now. So if I don't have it, it's only being pushed out, or yeah, being pushed out from the provider, and that's just healthier in this case, because that means that the lead time is shorter. So that's why I do it that way. And then otherwise I would also like need a massive amount of extra vessels on every single planet. which I don't need for just something that comes in so rare. That's a beautiful thing here. Okay. Hello. All right. When you're warping over to fix a problem, you need to guess what the cause of the problem is. A guessing game, so you can still hurry up and yell what the problem is. Huh. Everything's just running out. Nice. Do we have anything here? Yeah, small hives. Not a problem. And that's even one hive inside here. Just not enough production? Oh, I think you're right. That doesn't look like much production. It's funny when you're looking at it, you're looking at a globe and you're thinking like around the globe, and then you click there, it goes great circle distances. So over the North Pole. That's why Iceland is between Europe and US. And we're like, but it is not. It is actually. But no, it's not. It's actually quite in the middle. Just not enough production. It's also quite pathetic. Luckily, it's now doubled. But is double enough? No. Oh, I don't like this. Like, this is displaced by one. 1, 2, that would intersect with this one. Wow, this is dead anyway. What about you? You're also dead. Okay, never mind. We'll just delete all this junk. How did... Oh, right. That's because I accidentally I deleted these belts. Doesn't matter. They need to go anyway. Also go away. Everything produced locally is just dead by now on some of these first planets. You're probably also dead. Oh, right. That's something else. Huh. Oof, still gone. There you go. What's all this on the floor? Nothing. We see, why didn't they just do that at the Deepwater Horizon? Just click the delete everything on ground and then that's it. Ah. Ooh, I see a new patron joining. Thank you very much. PLCT, thank you for your pledge on Patreon. All this talk of patronage, and then I'm gonna force Wayne June to wake up because he's not. It's not exactly like he's getting too busy these days. So let's wake him up for that. How's the sphere coming along? It's not even started building because we're patching things first. And I want to make sure that when we build it, it starts working from all locations at once, and that's not really the case just yet. Okay. This one, of course, isn't really building the good ones yet. Okay. Because it's an older code, but it checks out. Except it doesn't check out. Never mind. Let's just get 200. Cool, invert was struggling. I think it's just that there is not enough sort of in storage. Like, it might be enough to sustain it in general, but it might not be enough to sort of buffer it here. There you go. That. Oof. This is also. Oh, it doesn't matter. This. Oh, you know what I don't have here? I don't have power from the Dyson sphere, and we have a nice Dyson sphere, so why not? Look at that. Juicy Dyson sphere that we're not using. You're absolutely going to get me some ray receivers. Ray receivers coming right up. About 100 of those. Thank you. Ooh, we got that. Ooh, do we need to... Yeah. The hub. Coal, not to build. At the hub. Ah, right. Let's see. Yes. That, it was power. Yeah. This one should be coming in shortly. I feel like I have a lot of junk in my inventory. Probably because I have so many belts right now and so many of... Yeah. We need to somehow go... Oh, I got 200. Well, I guess I wanted 200. We can't be okay with power. We are not okay with power. That's good. Good, good. So tomorrow I am planning on taking a look at the new Tectonica release, but I do expect this to be a short stream. And the reason is because no, not a short stream, a short look at Tectonica. Two reasons. One is factual and the other one is less factual. So I think that if I load up the game, then we're just going to log in, we're going to try some things, we're going to look to see if we can build some of the new stuff, we're going to check some of the things that were frustrating, and then once we've done that, like either we continue playing the existing base or we start a new playthrough, and neither of those things are actually particularly relevant at this point. So we're not going to do that. Therefore, well, what are we going to do then? It's going to be a short it's going to be a short stream then, or it's I don't know. We won't have the content to fill up a stream then. What is complaining? Oh, there. Ah, right. Okay, never mind. Don't care. Yeah, so that's just how I'm thinking about the stream tomorrow. It's gonna be a look, and then the question is, what are we gonna do afterwards? And my obvious answer is obvious, because that's kind of where I am right now. What I want to do right now, that's continue playing Sekiro, because I'd actually really like for Sekiro to be be completed before my 1 week break. I just feel that's nice. Because it's otherwise we come back and then go like, ah, shit, where were we? What were we doing again? I don't know. So with the awful belt and ratios, awful belts and lack of ratios, yes, awful belts and ratios, yes, exactly. There are some good things, but exactly that was the pain point, to say it like it was. Well, this should definitely be fixing the power problems. Surprisingly not as urgent as... Okay, now it fixes, because now comes the Aurora Borealis. It won't be a Saga, it'll be a Sekiro transition. And there is also a chance that I'll have a look at it tomorrow during the day and then realize if there's nothing there, then maybe I won't even do that, because I will just have a short look at it. But anyway, the factual reason was I don't think there's much to it. The less factual reason is I really want to play Sekiro and be done with it. Not because I want to be done with it, but because sort of I want to continue to tell the story, but I also don't want the story to drag on for too long. Because it's not a popular stream, and obviously we can't continue to just only do non-popular streams. Okay, so that is more Aurora Borealis. That's a impossible thing to say. Are these happy? Yeah, they're happy. Not as happy as I'd like them to be. Huh. Off you go. We need a lot of coal inbound. I'm just also worried that we are... there's other things that we are not running. We're going to run out of. Like, these things. But you know what's more problematic is that I do not have a... I do have a monitor. Huh. Okay, so I do have monitors. They are just not triggered because they were not working. They were just not working very fast. But what have we done now? We have now doubled it so that 20. And this is taking 2 seconds. So if they were crafting speed 1 and I have 20, I'd take 2 seconds. That would be 10 per second. But they're crafting speed 3, so that's 30 per second. And then there is proliferation on top. So that is 33.5. And then I have 6 of those. So it is 75, this is 225. So we have now 225 proliferation. I went from having 56.75 to 225. So that is certainly an improvement. Hope it's being reflected somewhere. And where are we exporting them, by the way? There, but we probably need another place as well. That one? Local demand? What? Are we building it here? Oh shit, we are. Huh, interesting. Okay. That kind of confused me. Let's also get proliferation here. It's not really gonna work. Like 3. 3? Seriously? But that means when it stabilizes, it'll be building up buffers of each of these 10,000 plus up here 60,000. So it'll be 90,000 in buffer when it's stable. I like that. I have a sneaking suspicion this one is not going to cut it.
Another loyal devotee.
Nothing coming up on this list, but that's... you never know. If that was a new.
Another loyal devotee.
See, the last one was PLZT, so maybe that's just Wayne June waking up. It's completely impossible for me to see what... yeah. Yeah, okay. That's just weird. There you go. This part though. Quantum chemical plants. It's not really doing what I hope it would be doing, is it? Didn't we have a place that was full of spiniform? That we just never... or stalagmite? Oh, that was spiniform? Stalagmite? That's the same thing. We did have a water planet that I was like, oh yeah, I'll get back to that one. Huh. Which one was that? Volibear, I think, on Cybercraft system. I'm gonna jump... Cybercraft system. Pop, pop, pop. No, not you. You just don't... Are you not doing anything on this planet? No, apparently not. First. Quatico. Okay. That's some stalagmite crystal. And it... So it looks like we are tapping it. But no one seems to be requesting it. What if we cautiously, casually request it here? Because this one's dead anyway. This one's dead anyway. This one's dead anyway. So maybe we can request some of these. No? Oh, right. That's already out. Still? Does feel weird. Oh. Remote demand. Oh, right. Okay, we transitioned out of this. Okay, so we are now... Let's figure out where we do carbon nanotubes. Thornfist. Was it Thornfist? 300 nanotubes on that, on Cybercraft. Okay. So I am making it. Good. It's a 61. Yes, I agree. And that's also what I have. I have 300 per second made already. So that should be fine. All right. We have now supposedly fixed our proliferation. So what was the next thing that was waiting? That is back to our correlated location here. And we were working at... Barthak was setting up... Barthak is setting up rockets. We were just working at Tegevara with the deuterium fuel and the titanium alloy. Then we need to go to Mingsley with quantum chips, water, and processors. But only processors for that. Yes. So it is Mingsley. Next one. That's a beautiful Dyson sphere. Also, like, how big it is. Like, love that. That is so cool when I remember like when we started launching rockets or launching solar sails and just go like, oh, they're actually in the sky. You can literally see those objects. They are rendered. They are just awesome. It was so cool. Time to reduce torque into planet? Maybe. Supermagnetic ring, yes. I was thinking about it, but it doesn't complain. So if it doesn't complain, then I'm not complaining. I think it might be just that I hope that it is sufficient when it's a steady setup, but it might be that it got strained because I just drew all of it in immediately. Oh, we almost got our next mining range utilization upgrade. Almost. And then we just do a lot of random updates. Thank you, patrons. And the newest one, PLCT. Thank you. Mingsley. Whoa. Oh. Ah! It's a hidden planet. Where are you? It was under the cloaking field. You are not using the rockets yet for the... No. I know. But yeah, priorities. And that's not it. Okay. Mingsley, you say. Where's a good place to start? Here. That's a little intersection here, but aside from that, we have lots of space. Sweet. That was the next update. And let's go with... Off camera, I also made some... don't have a color for this. So come up with a good color for me, while Mingsley hasn't provided one. I came up with I built another concrete foundation production, because I was kind of running out. And I know that I'm gonna have to build a lot of stuff when paving all the South Poles.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home. Thank you, Mr. Pava. Thank you for the 21 months. Very much appreciated. Maybe a little bit of yellowish color here would be nice. There. Alright, so at this point we want to make processors. That's not good. Well, maybe it is. Really should go home. Look at how much junk we have here. And that's on top of the 500. Oh, we're just so far away from home. Yeah. Okay, nothing complaining about insufficient materials, so let's just go. Interesting that the dark fog here in Macmeral's system is actually attacking. Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. Stand here next to that one to see if that gets built. Yes, it does. Slowly. So, processors, quantum chips. Don't think there's anything else we need on top of that. Oh, solar sails. Hold on. There's one of these planets that have... Oh, you have a little bit of fire ice. Ah, so we should build something that uses fire ice on this planet. Oh, we also have grading crystal. Not a lot though, but a little bit. We're down to 12.9, 13%. Not bad. I think it's about, isn't it 52 or something? That's like a magical number where it basically doesn't consume anything. Like, almost nothing at least. I like the way that it's done so that every level will always be giving us a, I don't know, is it a 10%? Will always be 10% improvement to the last level we had compared to what we had. It don't be like, it's never going to be diminishing return even though that number doesn't get as much. It'll always be 10% better than it was before this last upgrade. 152, 152. Okay, well, that's a little bit out of the way. The decimal goes to 0 then. Okay, well, that's convenient. Quantum chips. Oh, water. Let's make sure that we 99.6 water. That means this might actually be some of the last water, the only water we have. It's a little bit there. That's not a lot of water we have on this planet. Actually, maybe it's easier to see it like this. Not great. Especially because this will be inside the area that gets paved. It gets paved all the way down to this, which means all of this disappears. Yay. 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 Let's get more of these again. Oh yeah, I can't even start building it because I don't have it. Okay, well that's a problem. How the hell are we gonna do that? I don't think we need as much water as we did for the other one. If we look at here. So that's one chip is 2 plates. 2 plates is... Well, 2 plane filters to 2 plates. So it's 4 titanium gas. And 1 titanium gas is 1 water. So it's 4 water for each quantum chip. And quantum chips are not going to be in the hundreds per second. They'll be in the tens per second. So even in best case or worst case, when it's like 60 per second, 60 quantum chips per second or something like that, then it would still only be 240 water per second. That's not a problem at all. Cool. Okay, so not worried at all. Little bit. Ugh, this also needs to go away. I have a lot of junk that just needs to go away. And this star is so far away that it does take a while to deliver stuff out here. Might as well take that. Oops. Nope, I guess not. Okay, so let's make sure that we don't pave over any of the water. If I can. Okay. Can you not set up a request for old stuff to the home? I could, but then I'd have to go home to the home planet anyway and set up some kind of recycling. which isn't part of it. So my thought was just, well, whenever I come back home, I'll just take a look at it. And that's been, for the most part, just fine. But we have replaced a lot of stuff today. So that's why we've ended up with a lot of stuff in inventory that we usually don't have. Ooh, that's... Why is it so close?
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
So that doesn't fit. That doesn't fit. And Jack Banton, thank you for the 48 months. Ooh, that's 4 complete years. Yeah, 5. That's all. It's an excessive amount of work for 5 of these. And water. So let's see, where are the other locations that are not completely awful? That one. That seems to be it. Yeah. Other ones are inside the area. That one's also not really there. Is there a reason we have defense with missile instead of plasma? Yes, because missiles can do everything that plasma can do. They can also do other stuff that plasma cannot do, such as hit things around the planet. Because if I build only with plasma, then I have to build it both at the North Pole and South Pole, and that's a gigantic waste. So. So that's why. Quite simply. This is weird, right? There you go. And then there's the part that I built this before I had the option, so now I'm happy with it. Changing something just purely for, oh right, I might have something that does that is higher tech but doesn't really do anything new, then that doesn't really make sense to me. And if something lands on the planet, then missiles will also handily take care of it. And yeah, that shouldn't happen, and you can avoid that by making sure that they never land, but I just like having something that we are screwed if something penetrates your defenses is not as good as having something where, oh, I can protect myself at long range, at short range, up close and personal. It's not a problem. That's why I like the missiles. In all honesty, don't we have enough now already? Like, how much water do we have on this planet? 4,300. Funny how it increased. Oh, right. It's probably decreasing because the other one got full. Yeah. Alright. Let's have a look how fast these ones are. 215. Oh, they're slower than the other one? Oh, no. They were 210 and now it's 215 because we're going to update. How many do we have left? 83. So we used only 17. So 17 times 215 per minute divided by 60 seconds. That is 61 per second. That's not much, actually. Not much. It's also really good if you get lucky and your planet is really close to the hive. I don't know. Like, I understand what you're saying, but you could also just kill them if you need to kill them. Just go kill them. And I know that there's a difference between like early game and late game, and we're very much in a late game where it takes 10 minutes to clear a hive. So sort of waiting to be lucky isn't really. It's basically like, do we want to spend 10 minutes to clear a hive? No. Okay, cool. Just make sure that if they start attacking that you can defend yourself and then figure out something. Yeah. Well, this is not gonna last forever. I mean, what is? This harkens back to the old days when we had to do a lot of belting for our mining setup. Now we only have to do it for the liquids. Drive engines, so we're starting to get some of the intermediate techs here. Just getting some of those for convenience. Oops. Did you look at Blight update? No, I did not. There. And do you think the devs will add an advanced liquid miner? Maybe. I mean, I think it would be very convenient if they did, but might not be the highest priority. Intermediate PLS. So quantum chips. That's also going to need some upgrade. Huh. That was not a problem. Don't. Interesting why... Oh! We saved it... Huh. Oops. There. All good. Ammunition price-wise, how does it comparison? Missiles are more expensive, but they only take coal, copper, iron. Plasma takes less resource, but does require deuterium. Yeah. So, I don't know. Depend on how you define cheap or more expensive, I guess. Huh. Okay. So, let's get all of these in. Oh, we need to make this here. Ah. Titanium. And crystals. And graphene. And hydrogen. And warpers. Yes. And I'll get this one both local and global. This one I'll get local and global. Funny how I'm not sending this one out. That makes no sense that we're not having hydrogen available anywhere. Okay, we do. I just didn't want to go out. That one is definitely not high quantity like this. There, and this one. I guess we just whoosh, that was fast. But this is not fast. Of course, it won't be sent here. It has to go out, so it has to wait for this to fill up with enough power. Is power an issue here? It's an issue. Let's fix that in as not right now. Let's fix it when we fix it. This one. Water, glass, processor, quantum chips. Water, glass, processors, quantum chips, and warpers. Cool. Break time. I need to do break. Oh no, I've forgotten to save all the way through. No, that's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Damn. Oh well, nothing to do about that now. I'll be back in 2 minutes. We have a little, almost an hour left, so be back in 2 minutes. Again. Right. Okay, so why is it bad that I forgot to save? Well, because I need the saves for creating my YouTube content. And if I forget to take a save, then it's going to be harder for me to recover at various instances. Because in this game, there's no... yeah, it's just... There's no way to do anything faster than build it in game, so... I might have to rebuild all the stuff that we've been doing today, which is, well, obviously a couple of hours. Yeah. Why is this empty? Or maybe because I'm just used the last bit and now it's waiting for another load to come in, I think. Good. So we should have plenty. And where's the power coming from? That's... Yeah, this one. No? Okay, always the last one. Yeah, okay. So it's just getting in there. And then there we go. Everything's spinning up, and we now have plenty of power. Oh no, this precious water. Poof. That one, that one, that one, that one. First time I've seen yours face when I've been following for years on YouTube. Feeling strange, weird, because I have tons of content on YouTube with my face on it, so even on the thumbnails as well. But welcome. This will provide both local and global. I keep saying global, but it doesn't make any sense to say global. There. And this will just be requested offsite, and this will be local and no. I guess that's fine. Local and remote, yes. Local and remote, better. That one just takes a little time for it to get in. Oh, it's not really getting in because this has not been made, so let's go over here. No wonder it's not really working. Okay. I feel there's a mistake here. Like, this is placed correctly, but it does seem weird that I think I have misplaced the whole build here. Yeah, I have. Or have I? I think I have. No, it is the back two, which doesn't make any sense. And there it's also the back two. That doesn't make any sense. And that will be... And hello, Gunther. Good evening. There. And hydrogen. And now it... Oh, it doesn't remove these anymore. It used to, I feel. Yeah. Now what? So this looks to be water outbound, and then looks to be glass outbound. This looks to be, well, definitely quantum chips, and then that must be the processors. That's not it. Processor. Going up here. Getting proliferated and going in. And then slowly coming back. Yay! Okay, so it works. The 1 terawatt sphere. Yeah, that, I mean, it's technically one sphere, but it's one star that will be 1 terawatt. Because it'll be multiple layers. And Mr. Mephistopheles has already made the outer layer, and then we'll find something for the inner layers that's not going to be as relevant. But we can have up to 10 concentric rings, so, or spheres. So that's how we're going to get it. The outer one will be probably around 160 megawatt, so, or gigawatt, so that's still something. And this is going to be quantum. Chips. 5? Is it 5? I think it's 5. And then we'll mark it as ILS. There, save blueprint. Then we just get a couple more. Factory might take 160 gigawatt to run the factory. Yeah, maybe. Thought you had the one sphere gap to avoid materials getting out from the towers before the peripheral made it out. Getting out from the tower before the peripheral made it out. Not sure what that part here. I don't know. It works, so we'll keep it. And this is only 5, and each one of these is consuming 8 processors, and we have, that's how many processors we have. Oh, insufficient what? Logistics bots. Oh no! Luckily that's something we can just grab up here. Oh yes. Oh, they're actually pretty damn quick now. These zoomies. That was the processor coming in. With your current experience with space exploration, do you worry that the expansion will borrow too much of the bad from the mod? No, I don't think so. But I am worried that the game becomes too big, which is kind of silly. I mean, I know that Nephilim can probably still complete it in an evening, but some games, like, okay, I have the same thing with Elden Ring, for example. There are 165 bosses in Elden Ring. So if I'm going back to play Elden Ring, which I really want in preparation for Shadow of the Erdtree, then am I gonna go in and play the game with a full experience and kill all 165 bosses, as we did the first time? But then it's a massive time investment. Or are we going to skip something and then feel like, oh, we kind of skipped something? And it kind of feels the same way with Factorio. It's kind of the same analogy, that it becomes so big that are you ending up cutting corners, or do you have to allocate 500 hours for a playthrough? And 500 hours, it's just too much. I mean, not 500, but 200 hours. And I think that it's... and that it's great for the first playthrough. It's also great for a content creator like me. But for a gaming experience, then if you go into a game and just feel like, oh shit, I am just barely scratching the surface, and oh, now there's this thing, and wow. Ooh. So the challenge is that the depth has to sort of be hidden in a way that, for example, trains. You can easily get started with trains, but you can also easily get lost in trains. So you can spend hundreds of hours fine-tuning a train system, or you can just set up, go from A to B, done, and then go back to A again. And if the casual player can set up a train and get them to work, set up robots and get them to work, build a train and then go like, oh, I'm just elevating the train, go back again, and then sort of intuitively get through it, then I think it's great. But if it becomes too overwhelming because of the complexity, this is why I am not a big fan of the parameterized blueprints. It's good for me, no doubt, but it's something that means that when people open it, it'll be like, oh, oof, blueprints are daunting enough, and then suddenly you can parameterize it, like what the hell, and you can the offset, and like there are so many things that are built for people like me, and thank you for that, but it detracts from the early game experience, or no, the casual game experience. And Factorio has problems enough with the casual experience. it has such a good brand that it can compensate for it, because people will say play Factorio, and then after enough of your friends have said it, you'll play it. But it yeah, it can, I would imagine a lot of people get started and never complete it. Hydrogen, that's the one. So that's my long-winded answer to that question. So I don't think it'll borrow too many bad things, but I think that 5 planets or 4 planets, it's 5 planets, it's 4 additional planets, isn't it? Or is it now is it +3? I can't remember. It's now, yeah, it's now is +3 plus, no, 5 planets, I think. See, I have no clue. I'm already overwhelmed. Then for us that are into it, then we can kind of go like, oh, I want to go to get the furnace because damn, that's awesome. Or I want to go to that one because then I can get this first, or Fulgora. Or I want to go to the 3rd one or the 4th one or whatever, the 3, and because I want this tech in order first before I get the other ones, something like that. But you just learn the game and then you come to a planet and realize there's no water, there's no oil. Oh no. There's lightning. Oh no. There's all these things, which there's a fine line between being overwhelming and being challenging. And I can worry a bit that it's more challenging than it needs to be. But what do you guys think? Have mode for a single planet stealth. Yeah. Has to be easier to launch the rocket, go into planetary, or it's going to be awful. It is, but okay, I can give the perfect example. Oxygen not included. I loved oxygen not included, but after they added rockets and different planets, I kind of lost the motivation for it. Even though the planets were unique and interesting, the whole idea that, like, oxygen not included, things can go wrong pretty damn quick. And then suddenly you're looking at one planet, and then you hear some kind of someone can't breathe, and you look over to the other planet, and then gradually they've just consumed all the oxygen in the entire base, and you're just fucked. And that's the kind of thing where, oh, I just spent 2 hours looking at planet number 3, and therefore a little problem that I would have caught became a gigantic problem that is almost unrecoverable. That means that it becomes the problem with that is that I'm 100% focused on this planet because I'm looking at it. Dyson is also a great example, but they do it right. So I'm looking at this planet, I'm putting my focus on. As soon as I transition to another planet, how much of my mental capacity do I have to dedicate to the other planet that I'm not looking at? If the answer is none, like in Dyson Sphere, I don't worry about the other planets. Like with Dark Fog, I worry a minute amount, like not really. So I spend pretty much no capacity thinking about the other planets in Dyson Sphere. In Oxygen not included, 20% per planet. That meant that when you get to planet number 2, you have to spend 80% of your focus on this planet and 20% on the first planet. Then you go to planet number 3, then you got to spend 20% of your attention on the first planet, 20% on the second planet. Now you only have 60% capacity on the third planet. Fourth planet doesn't become very fun to go to because it's already getting more complicated, but you still have to go back and check that they're still got food and waste and water and clean water and polluted water and, you know, heating and cooling and all those stuff that you need. And my worry is somewhere in the middle, somewhere in between those extremes, Factorio will be. There'll be biters on all planets, and if you get overwhelmed on one planet, you can't react. Like, I don't know how long it's going to take to move from planet to planet, and if you, like, biters have breached your walls because you ran out of ammo and you didn't notice it because something, right? Or your nuclear power plant stuck, and then but you don't have power, your lasers stop firing, the biters overwhelm you. You can't fix that with just robots. It's very difficult, at least, because they're already on top of you and you don't have inner lines of defense. And that's what that's the kind of thing. And then you have to jump on a spaceship and fly over there, and then 3 minutes later, half your base is destroyed because something, something, something. You know. That's my concern with that. I think they'll think about it. This is also why I'm playing Space Exploration the way I do. I just have 2 bases, Novice, Novice Orbit, and I'm just not caring about Novice because it's stable. So that's the that's where I think the main challenge will be with multiple planets, especially if it's not easy to interact with the planet you're not on, which I don't think it is. So everything looks fine here. We have some water here. Let's have a look at the water consumption on this planet. We're consuming more than we're producing. That could be all sorts of reasons, but it's probably not a good reason. Really don't want to take this water pond, but I might have to. Oh, right. I mean, so this one is not producing because no one is actually demanding it. So it's not a problem. I think we'll just continue outwards there here instead so I don't take this. So what do you think that's a reasonable concern, or do you think that I'm paranoid about something that's, of course, they will have taken care of? Or what other concerns do you think that there will be, or do you have like, ooh, I wonder if they will fall into this pit trap. See, the solution is oil. 1 pump jack can fuel 6,000 turrets. Okay. Not laser turrets and not gun turrets. Laser turrets, maybe? I guess is what you mean. And that was completely not my point. Could be any other thing that runs out. It's more the principle of, we all know that sometimes some things happen in Factorio that you didn't really think about. Some box runs full and then that jams a belt, or you can try as much as you can to avoid it, and I avoid it most of the time, but not always. Huh. That the self-sufficiency of bases will get easier with higher technology, which will be unlocked by those new planets. Maybe, hopefully. But then biters will also undoubtedly be another kind of problem than they are currently. So that will present new challenges. Is that it seems to be implied that you'll need to use the circuit network more for the multiple planets, but currently there are no tools for building and debugging. That's a really good point. And you're even at a higher maturity level than most people. I think that the developers should be forced to play a game without robots, a game without trains, a game without circuits, so that they get a sense of, oh, you can do it, but damn, this is really annoying to manage the something. And then they go like, well, then we'll fix it, because circuits, my 11-year-old son might want to play Factorio, but there's no way that he's going to build circuit networks. For the spacecraft, or space plates? Spacecraft? Anyway, with how good the new buildings seem to simplify the design challenge to like 3 buildings. I think that it's not going to be like that, because it just means that things will get bigger quantity. I think what they're addressing with the new buildings is 2 things. They want to encourage us to go to new planets because, oh my god, that building is amazing. Here's another thought. Okay, they have more module slots and they have a built-in productivity. Amazing. I want that. Here's another thing. They're actually bigger. So unless they change the beacons, which I'm now almost certain that they are, they can also be affected by more beacons because they simply have a bigger footprint. I don't think that, I'm pretty sure now that I think of that, that beacons are going to be changed to the space exploration method. Because otherwise, the size of a building would be a optimization factor, which it is right now, and that's kind of unfortunate. I believe they have modified beacons. How do you believe that? I mean, yeah, that is true. It is a belief, but there has been no indication of it. It is, I would expect, now that I sort of rationalize it, that they are going to adopt the beacons from space exploration, because they have deliberately not shown any beacons. And I've been looking for it, and the reason why they... I think that's because they are waiting for a reveal, an explanation of why the beacons. Because if they'd shown a beacon now that was like, here are 4 buildings around 1 beacon, then everyone who played space exploration would know that, oh, they changed it. So they are deliberately hiding it until they reveal it in a Friday Factorio Facts and say, we have decided to change the beacons, because then they show one of our master classes with just 2 lines of boring beacons surrounding a line of inserters and say, this is boring. Which is true. So I think so. More. Yeah, it would be silly if they don't change it. Yes. You missed a square. I always miss a square. It's called engagement. Engagement bait. Oh, it didn't like it. Now we're running out of stuff. Ooh. Well, not anymore. Keep engaged. Bamboozled, yes. Vaguely remember reading it somewhere. It's not been said somewhere. It's not been said in the official. So. Could you even build a factory that doesn't jam without circuits because of oil? Yes. Yeah. Yes, you can. You can do implicit prioritization because of the stupid way that pipes work. So, for example, you have your heavy oil and it goes past lubricant, 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 and then goes into heavy oil conversion. That is an implicit prioritization because it'll go into lubricant when it can and only pass on further down the line later on. So you can do implicit prioritization like that. But yeah, you're right. Isn't the perfect ratio oil like technically 0.1 oil off or something? I think it is, not, but you're gonna need some heavy oil for lubricant, so you don't know what the ratio really is, because some of it will be used for lubricant. And it depends on how many blue belts you're actually crafting, and that means, which I like that it's basically, it's an unsolvable problem to do a perfect ratio, because it depends on how many blue belts you make. If you are going crazy with blue belts, then you need a lot of lubricant, and then so you have to have some kind of built-in prioritization of it. I like that. Instead of it being like, okay, you need 17 of these and 3 of those and 8 of those, then that's a little bit eh. Yeah. How many have we built? 1, 2, 3. Yes, 3. So each of these produce 5. So 15, that's 45. 45 So far. I think we want to go to 60. Yeah, but now that I think about it, like with the size of the new buildings, it kind of is even more obvious to me that they're going to opt in for the space exploration type beacons, which is great because that's way better. It's much nicer designs, it looks better, and it's not like your base in the endgame Factorio is 60 to 70% beacons, and then the rest is everything else, which is not a great setup. Like, that's boring. And it becomes so oppressive in terms of designs. That is the worst part of it, actually, is how oppressive it gets. What do I mean by that? I mean, if you want to build a good design, you have to make sure that they have the maximum beacons. If you don't do maximum beacons, then it's not going to be a good design. Oh, 2 of those as well. Is there going to be SE style beacons in Space Age? We don't know, but that's going to be my guess. For several reasons. They've not showed it in the Friday Factorio Facts, anything about beacons. They've mentioned it. They haven't shown me any screenshots or videos or anything. So why do they deliberately keep them hidden when they're such an integral part of the late game? Because they want to tell a story about it. That's light logic. The second one is that with the new buildings that are bigger, then beacons would be, in the current implementation, would be getting a hidden buff because you could place more beacons around a 5x5 building or a 4x4 building than you can around a 3x3 building. And I don't think they intend to sort of buff beacons even more than they already are. So that's that makes sense to me. Like an assembly line instead of a field of beacons. I like that, yes. Yeah. Left for Space Age is the same guy that made Space Age. We are keenly aware of that, and he has a lot of influence, obviously. Maybe a little bit too much influence, I would say. So, but I think it's good that they hired him. It's like the most obvious person to hire because there's a lot of great ideas implemented in space exploration, and it's something that's been. It's a pretty good resume when you are want to be hired. It's also funny, like imagine you're working in VOOB and you're a developer and you have access to all the internal tools and all the internal discussions, and then you hire someone who will pretty much on day one could be very much better than most people. Sure, not on the deep levels of the code, but on all the lure parts and all the sort of ideas, and then could just like from day one just go in and go like, all right, let's take this part and I've already built, and like, all right, shut up already, you're the new guy. I can't even remember what I was looking for. Oh, right. It was, of course, here. Towers, ILSs, and vessels, apparently. They had a screenshot with the old build and lots of beacons, but it might not mean anything. Because it might be an old version before this supposed change the beacon logic. 388. Can you link it? Ah, damn it. Friday Factor, smaller things in 2.0. Yeah, there are beacons there. Man, they're also really bad at building because they have aligned the beacons exactly with the chemical plants. Oh my god. When is that published? 8th of December? Interesting. Alright, so now we need to check. Here's a problem now. Water is actually going to be a problem. Or is it? And graphene is also a problem, as we expect. This one has now been fully consumed. Ooh. Alright, it's time for us to take more water into... This magnificent water pond is ours. We will mine it for all it's worth. Died with another object. Ugh. Wow. Anyway, I think that it'll be space exploration beacons, and I hope that it will be space exploration beacons because I think that makes more sense. There's still more water down here, which we can get, but it'll be removed at some point, which will give us other problems. Is water finite? No, it's not. It's infinite, but you need to mine it. So the mining speed is limited by how many plate you can place here around this. Oh well. There. Yeah, this project is a long-term project. Our port is blocked. This will be enough for now, but when I remove it, which I have to later on to get my launchers ready, then, well, problems. Yeah, and yeah. So that's more. And then obviously we are missing out on a lot of other things. But this is also 60, and 60 is kind of a lot. So let's Mingsley is not that one. Yeah. 60 quantum chips. That's a lot.
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Rockets. Oh yeah, graphene is also something we want to build here. There we go. And Lenny, thank you for the 3 months. Don't forget your free Prime subs, Bezos Box. Yes. Don't forget that. Oh, look at that. There's more. There's more water we can tap. Yay. I have 22 left. That's kind of what you can expect to get here. Ah, we squeezed in an extra one. Didn't you just pass the water pool right on server as well? Maybe. Or, and let's see. Looks like we're getting enough, but I'm suspecting this is because I'm not consuming all right now. Like there's something else that's missing. Like hydrogen might be. Oh, this one didn't have any. Oh, right. Okay, it was missing some vessels. Oh no, all of these are missing vessels. Okay, so some of them are not working. There you go. Oh, logistics drones are insufficient again. I'll just take these as well. 48. So that's done. What's the water for? It is for titanium glass, which needs water. Now, the next thing we want is... What is it? Graphene, because we have fire ice here. So let's figure out if we have some good graphene builds. Because graphene from fire ice has a residual hydrogen. And I like residual hydrogen right now. So let's go to this location and get some of that. Oops. Do I have... Oh man, there's so many of these junks. There, 78 of those. Good. Okay. Blue burrito? I'm not sure. Blue burrito? Not yet. At some point, maybe. Oh, this one doesn't have any... That's not good. That's not healthy. Let's remind me of that in less than 13 minutes. Okay, so let's see. Intermediate, late game, spiniform, graphene. Huh, that's a lot of things I don't have. Ooh, it also uses these nasty... Okay, well... More stuff to request. That one. And I have 78 of these. Well, if I need 40 per item, then 78 is about as bad of a number we can have as there. So let's get quantum. Yeah. Go. Sugar cubes from local. Yep. And then get graphene. Pretty good. And then we just need these boxes and something somewhere. Ah. This is not necessary if we just do that. As long as we then upgrade. Good job. Need this. 12 things not working. Fine. Give us this one, then it'll work. That's a lot of titanium ore we have here. 23 million. There we go. Then we need the other one, which comes in a little bit later. Yep. And I heard it go. I don't think we need... No, this just is a PLS because I wanted to keep it on the same planet. I don't want it to go off. 4 million fire ice should be plenty. Yeah, sufficient at least. How much is this? So close. And that is 80 graphene per second. So that's 240 graphene. Just like that. And how much graphene do we need to put into this one? Without proliferation, that is 2 of these. It's in the Casimir, right? Yeah, okay, so 2, 4. So 4 for each. So if I have 60, then times 4, that's 400 and 240, which is exactly what we have here. It's beautiful. And then the buffer that we have in here will also serve as for the proliferation. So we do have a buffer. Nice. This is pretty much exactly what we need, but it's not exported off-world. It's just to feed into... Oh no, all of these. Should I then do... Don't bring it offline? I think so. There. That's pretty good. There's nothing else that we feel we need in larger quantities here. Power's fine. Okay, so at this point, now, quite important. Let's get some of this going here. It did not get placed. Latency. We're down to 23 frames per second. Oh no! Single digits, here we come. When we start the next, the big project here, when that gets going, then I think we might have a problem to support it. That power is one off. I didn't see it. You gonna kill the farm? Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point. Killing the farm is probably gonna free us some resources, or some PC resources. Okay, planetary shield. Getting the first one online. Slowly. I love this part. It's so good just seeing it sort of propagate and then slowly getting this one online. Yes, getting online. Yeah, it's blinking. There we go. Getting protected. Also that they're not, like, they're still not really covering this one. It's not protected. And now it gets protected. It gets sort of the rising seas of the planetary shield. The planetary shield, like, so beautiful. Like, so well made. Like, it could be done in so many ways. Like, there's no reason for it to be this cool. But that's so many things about Dyson Sphere. There's no reason why it has to look so good. And yet it does. Like half swallowed in here, and then so this should be safe. All right, so I am pretty happy. The one thing we don't have yet built on this system here in the system is the solar panels. Oh, we just got a little notification. Come on, Wayne June. You're not. It's not like you're super busy, is it? There you go.
Another loyal
Thank you, new protector of the path. Joined the ranks. Welcome, and thank you very much. Grab your save games. Right. That's good. How do you suggest a game recommendation? You can mention it here, but I will almost certainly forget it. But the best way is in my Discord. Then there's a game suggestion. Anything that's dropped there, I always check it out. I may not sort of go into extensive details, but also like a little bit of more than just dropping a name, then, you know. So what are you thinking of? Because we're kind of... Okay, so let's have a look at this system while I'm hearing that suggestion. So Mingsley is doing 60 quantum chips. Hey, Glemon Raids, thank you for the 35 months. It's been a long time since we see you, but good to see you. You are still a pillar of our community, at least in terms of, both in terms of subscription and also in terms of one of the first planets. Very important planet. I can't remember what you're doing, but you're doing something. Have I done Stardew Valley? No, I am... this might not surprise you, but I'm not a 12-year-old girl, so no, I have not played Stardew Valley. Steam doing... so... let's see. Swimmer is the Forge World, and Tegavaro is Titanium alloys and deuterium fuel. Barthik will be rockets, and then probably here the Batose will be for quantum fire ice. Oh, fire ice and grading crystal. Well, there we go. That is definitely going to be solar sails. That's perfect. Ha! Solar sails here. Because that one comes from grading crystals. This one comes from fire ice. Grading crystal, fire ice. Perfect. / automation. Yeah, I've heard of it, but it's just one of those games that just flew under the radar. I was busy with something else then. So yeah, I know there's more depth to Stardew Valley, but no, I'm not gonna play Stardew Valley, and there would be no reason to think that I would play Stardew Valley. I don't play RimWorld, I don't play Minecraft, and at best you can say that they are at that level of automation. So anyway, um, yeah, so we actually need Mark to do something useful for us. I don't know what we're missing, but we'll have something that we're apparently missing at some point that we'll just have to set up. But now it's done. Remember, there will be no streams next week, so I only have one stream left. That's tomorrow before my my week-long education vacation. So that means on tomorrow we'll be taking a look first at Tectonica and then transition into Sekiro. And it may be an extended stream if we're sort of close to Sekiro and at the end, then I'm not going to be sort of leaving it hanging. So that depends. Anyway, thank you very much for joining, and thank you for the company tonight. I will see you guys maybe tomorrow. If not, it'll be around Easter. We'll see each other again. I expect to be playing more during Easter, but I don't know. So you never really know. Thank you very much. Good night. Take care and stay effective. Also, there's a new video on YouTube. Don't worry, it won't scare you too much. It's Factorio Space Exploration. Good night. Take care and stay effective.